May I request all the participants and presenters who are seated at the back rows to kindly move and occupy the front seats. To all the participants, we are just waiting for the chief guest to arrive. As soon as she is here, we will begin with the event. So kindly, inconvenience is regretted. Thank you. Participants, we have our chief guest here with us. I request the guests to kindly occupy their respective places. Jule and welcome to all to the 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference's inaugural ceremony. As we move ahead, let us revere the goddess of education and have Saraswati Vandana. May I request all the gathering to kindly stand at their respective places. May I now request Dr. Chandrasekhar, Secretary Executive Council of Sindhu Central University, to formally announce the beginning of the inaugural session.
Good evening to everyone, distinguished dignitaries, respected keynote speakers, plenary speakers, esteemed colleagues, and the UT of Government of Ladakh, represented by Ms. Banu, Secretary Higher Education. I hope morning you had an interesting views of the Himalayas, and you had a replenishing views which you had envisaged before coming here. I'm glad that everyone had made it such a, in the peak of the time, you have made it here to be part of this 18th Asian Urbanization Conference, and welcome you. And we have gathered here for an important discussions hosted by the Sindhu Central University along with the mentor institutions, IIT Madras, and other leading institutions. I will request Professor Rajiv Thakur, who has been mentoring this 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference. He will deep dive into how our 3-day program discussions will happen across, and what are the kind of outcomes which we are going to do. Morning, apparently, we could have the deeper participation of UTF Ladakh. However, at least Ms. Bhanu is being represented here. When we had discussions with key officials, they were looking at more of academic participation with deeper issues of UTF Ladakh. I'm sure many of the researchers, after their presentations, deliberations, and the outcomes of this conference will be presented through a declaration. You will carry forward this research in terms of incorporating in your, either in building your career or research, and the outcomes and the contributions to this country. May I now invite Professor Rajiv to give an overview of the 3-day conference. Okay, I will, before getting into that, I would like to felicitate the dignitaries. I'll call upon by name and request Professor Rajiv to, Professor Sachin Gunte to honor the dignitaries. Rajiv, can you just come? No, Bhanu. Sachin, to felicitate Ms. Bhanu. George Pomeroy. Professor Rajiv Ratan Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Sindhu Center University. Professor Rajiv. Call the team. May I call upon Professor Debolina Kundu, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs. Well, there are two more. Stanley Byrne, I think you will hear the lecture, who is the father of geography. He'll be present virtually. Dr. Kalachan Sen. Just a minute, Dr. Debolina had brought some tech books to contribute to Sindhu Center University. I will request Professor Rajiv Ratan Sharma, Vice Chancellor, to receive those books. Can somebody help? No, ma'am, you wait. So a word about National Institute of Urban Affairs, you should be aware. This is a policy-making body for housing, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development for the country. They have produced specific theme book on Ladakh development also. I think somebody needs to go into their website and look at it. May I now invite Professor Kalachan Sain? I'm not going to give a brief because during their keynote address, the brief will come. You should be getting surprised about it. Dr. Shri Jigmat Thakpa. Give a hand or applause. Dr. Bharat Khale. Dr. Rajiv, you will present. Please take your seat. So I think this small inaugural event is just a formality to see how this 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference takes up. Then we'll have a keynote address by the speakers, which you have already seen. It will be an interesting, I hope you will all enjoy understanding this knowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. Bhanu Prabhaji of the Indian Administrative Service and the Secretary of Higher Education in the Government of the Union Territory of Ladakh, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed keynote and plenary speakers, respected representatives of our partner institutions, both in India and abroad, our colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, Julay, and a very warm welcome to Leh. Every conference begins with a place, not simply a venue, but a place that shapes the conversations that follow. The 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference could have been held in Delhi, it could have been held in Chennai, in Bengaluru, or just about anywhere, or any other major city. Yet, we chose Leh. That was not merely a logistical decision. It was an intellectual one. Because Leh is more than our host. Leh is our teacher. Here, resilience is not an abstract concept. It is a way of life. Resilience is about every drop of glacier-fed water, which is very precious. Communities have adapted to one of the world's highest inhabited regions for centuries. Development has always required balancing human aspirations with fragile mountain ecosystems. There could be no better place to ask one of the most defining questions of our time. How do we build resilient futures? Choosing Leh also meant choosing Sindhu Central University. As one of India's youngest central universities, SCU has a remarkable opportunity to build its academic identity around one of the world's most significant mountain regions. Few universities can study climate resilience, glacier-fed watersheds, sustainable tourism, renewable energy, biodiversity, borderland communities, and disaster preparedness, not simply through textbooks, but through the living landscape that surrounds them. At the same time, the Union Territory of Ladakh is itself becoming a laboratory of innovation. You only have to look around carefully. Recent initiatives in green mobility, renewable energy, integrated water management, sustainable tourism, and the establishment of the IIT Jammu Satellite Campus right here in Leh reflect an exciting vision of the future. These are not simply development projects. They are living classrooms. They create opportunities for students to learn, researchers to innovate, policymakers to collaborate, and communities to share their knowledge with the rest of the world. That is one of the principal reasons the Asian Urban Research Association chose to partner with Sindhu Central University. We did not come to Ladakh simply to organize a conference. We came because we believe that universities grow through ideas, partnerships, and meaningful engagement with society. Our hope is that the International Asian Urbanization Conference 2026 marks the beginning of a long-term collaboration through joint research, faculty and student exchanges, curriculum development, international publications, and capacity building. Now, if this partnership contributes to strengthening SCU, its academic mission, while supporting Ladakh's aspirations for sustainable development, then one of the most enduring legacies of this conference will already have begun. Over the coming days, you will notice that our scientific program that many of you may have already flipped through, it follows a deliberate journey from climate, mountains, water, and ecosystems to cities, technology, governance, health, and knowledge systems. Now, that progression reminds us of a simple truth. A changing glacier affects water security. We all know that. Water security influences livelihoods. We can't deny that too. Livelihoods shape settlements. Settlements shape public policy. Resilience is not simply an environmental question. It is a systems question. And when we talk about systems, we are very interdisciplinary. That is why IAUC brings together geographers, planners, engineers, environmental scientists, policymakers, economists, public health experts, and practitioners. This conference also reminds that resilient futures cannot be built by universities alone, governments, industry, or communities alone. They emerge through partnership. We therefore gratefully acknowledge our collaborators, the Department of Earth Sciences, the Department of Science and Technology, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, the Office of Global Engagement at IIT Madras, TSI Incorporated, Mars Bioanalytics, TESCORN India, the Central Public Works Department right here in Leh, and AirShield. Their partnership reflects a shared commitment to research, innovation, and sustainable development. The Leh Declaration and the Leh Charter on Resilient Futures, which you will hear more about as we progress with this conference, are intended to be more than conference documents. They are invitations to continued collaborations among universities, governments, researchers, communities, and international partners. Most conferences ask, what will participants learn? I believe this conference asks a different and perhaps more important question. What will Leh teach us? Is the significant question. The answer is Leh teaches us that every liter of water matters. It teaches us that fragile ecosystems demand thoughtful stewardship. It teaches us that resilient communities are built through cooperation. And it teaches us that tradition and innovation are not competing ideas. They are complementary strengths. Those lessons are as relevant to the world's largest cities as they are to our mountain communities right here. The world has not come to Ladakh simply to observe the mountains. It has come to learn from them. May the conversations that begin here help shape more resilient futures for mountain communities across the world. May Leh inspire our thinking, strengthen our universities, deepen our partnerships, and help position Sindhu Central University as a globally recognized center for scholarship, innovation, and sustainable mountain development. If in the years ahead, IAUC 2026 is going to be remembered not simply as a successful conference, but as a beginning of enduring collaborations that benefited Ladakh, Sindhu Central University, and mountain communities around the world, then our efforts will have achieved their highest purpose. Thank you, and welcome to the 18th Asian Urbanization Conference, July.
So these are the words of agendas and commitments, and I think we will have a lot of learning. The conference patron was Professor V. Kamakoti, who is also the chair of the Executive Council of the Sindhu Central University. Apparently, he couldn't make it up. I would request Professor Sachin to give a short welcome and also read out the message. He's very committed, he's very sincere, dedicated to the profession, to whatever activities he's involved, whether it is he's also a Padma Shri awardee. To the nation's Ministry of Education's objectives, Sindhu Central University today, we are with innovative programs. I think you should have an insight. And to just add one more information, the Sindhu Central University is currently functioning on a transit campus, but several activities we have been taking forward with mentorship of IIT Madras and IIT Kanpur, and Professor Kamakoti has been the key role in leading this. And I think whenever you have a tea break, there is a campus plan model outside. You should have a view how it has been designed. Currently, we are not having a permanent campus. It works on a transit campus. Professor Sachin.
July, everyone. Before I start reading Professor Kamakoti's message, I would also like to formally welcome all the participants, those who are coming to. Is there any participant who is first time in Leh? I think a big round of applause for them, simply because they made all the way for this conference, the top northmost part of India. Really, I personally like to thank you all that you made all the way for this conference. While I can assure you that you will really have a good time scientifically as well as otherwise with the beautiful landscape of Ladakh. But since you are here for the first time, please adhere to the strict guidelines given to you regarding your health, right? In case of any emergency, please do not hesitate to contact us, right? Every beautiful landscape comes with its own caveats, right? So try to respect that caveats. That's the word of this thing. Anyway, Professor Kamakoti could not make it because of some urgent commitment. So he had sent a message to all of you. And I have this opportunity to read out this message. And I quote, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished dignitaries, First Vice Chancellor of the Sindhu Central University, eminent scholars, respected delegates from India and across the world, ladies and gentlemen, Jule. It is both privilege and pleasure to welcome you to the 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference hosted by Sindhu Central University in the extraordinary landscape of Ladakh in collaboration with IIT Madras. At the outset, I congratulate the Asian Urban Research Association, Sindhu Central University, and all collaborating institutions for bringing together this distinguished international gathering under the timely theme, Resilient Future, Urbanization, Climate, Sustainability and Development in a Changing World. This conference is significant not only because of its theme, but because where it is being currently held. For many years, regions such as Ladakh were viewed primarily through the lens of geography, remote mountains, and difficult to access. Today, the world increasingly recognizes that places like Ladakh stand at the forefront of many humanity's most important questions: climate resilient, water security, sustainable mountain development, renewable energy, biodiversity conservation, indigenous knowledge, and community adaptation. In that sense, Ladakh is not only India's geographical edge, it is one of India's frontiers of knowledge. It is precisely for this reason that the establishment of the Sindhu Central University carries such a profound significance. The university has the opportunity to become much more than another institution of higher learning. It can become a center where scholarship, innovation, public policy, and community engagement come together to address challenges that are local in their setting but global in their relevance. The National Education Policy 2020 envisions universities that are multidisciplinary, research-intensive, innovation-driven, and deeply connected to the society. Universities are no longer expected merely to transmit knowledge. They are expected to create it, apply it, and share it for the benefit of the society. Sindhu Central University is uniquely positioned to contribute to this national vision. Rooted in the Himalayas yet connected to the wider world, it can emerge as a leading center for interdisciplinary research on mountain ecosystems, sustainability, climate adaptation, public policy, indigenous knowledge system, and resilient development. The conference we inaugurate today reflects exactly that aspiration. It brings together scholars, policymakers, practitioners, and students from the diverse discipline and different parts of the world to exchange ideas, learn from one another, and develop solutions that no single institution or country can achieve alone. As we embrace new technologies, including artificial intelligence, geospatial science, advanced data analytics, and digital innovation, we must remember that technology is most meaningful when it serves humanity and protects the environment. Our goal should not simply be to build smart cities, but to build wise, inclusive, and sustainable communities. To the young scholars participating in this conference, I offer one simple message. Be fearless in crossing disciplinary boundaries. The challenge before us cannot be solved by engineers alone, planners alone, social scientists alone, or policymakers alone. The future belongs to those who can integrate knowledge, collaborate across discipline, and work together in the service of the society. As we gather here amidst the majestic Himalayas, we are reminded that the nature is not separate from the development. It is the foundation upon which enduring development must be built. The resilient futures we seek will emerge through the wisdom, innovation, partnership, and shared commitment to the well-being of both people and the planet. I hope that the conversation initiated during this conference will inspire new research, stronger partnerships, informed policies, public policies, and lasting friendship across institutions and nations. May Sindhu Central University continue to grow as a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and service, and may the lessons learned in Ladakh contribute meaningfully to build resilient futures for India, for Asia, and for the world. I wish 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference very success. Jule Jai Hind. I unquote. Thank you, everybody, and then wish you all the best, and then have a good time during the conference.
That's an excellent message, and taking forward some of the initiatives. Just to have a commitment towards the society and the people of Ladakh, the Sindhu Central University invited certain contributors to the campus, and it was a Million Hearts Foundation who is setting up, even before the campus is operational, they are setting up a hospital there for the people of Ladakh. May I invite Dr. Biju to give a brief address about the initiatives for the people of Ladakh.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Biju Shivam Pillai, and I am a cardiac surgeon by profession. So I guess I am the only one who is out of sorts here. So a very warm welcome to Ladakh, to all the honorable dignitaries, delegates, and friends. So to answer the question, what's a cardiac surgeon doing on this stage? I first came to Ladakh when I was 12 years old. So I've had a ringside view to what has happened in Ladakh over so many years. And if you're talking urbanization, then I think that it's very important that we have this conference now. We talk about this now, because Leh as a city has grown so much, and not in a very planned manner. And the impact of that growth is very visible in everyone. And my connect with Ladakh is principally because of a NGO that I run called Million Hearts Foundation. Over a decade, we have been coming every year, conducting medical camps in various parts of Ladakh, Nubra, Leh, Zanskar, Kargil, with the Indian Army, Border Roads Organization, the local government in the UT of Ladakh. And we have seen over 10,000 patients. We have done over 2,000 surgeries. And we have had a ringside view to what healthcare facilities mean for mountain communities, how the lack of it affects them, and how a planned development in this area would be a boon for the people of Ladakh. That's the reason I'm here. My connect with IIT Madras is principally because of my academic interests, professional interests, because there is a healthcare AI company that is incubated by IIT Madras, of which I'm a part. And one discussion led to another, and once we met Professor Kama and the CEO of IIT Pravartak, Dr. Shankar Raman, and off the conversation came this idea that the Sindhu Central University is setting up campus in Ladakh. And they want to have a good healthcare facility for the people of Khalse in particular, and Ladakh in general. And would it be possible for Million Arts Foundation to be part of that. So anything Ladakhi, I say yes. Because I'm somebody who's made a virtue out of my hobby to run away to Ladakh at every available opportunity. So I said yes to that. And the plan is to build a 100-bedded hospital at the Sindhu Central University campus in a phased manner over 3 years, and hopefully impact the health of the mountain communities in a positive manner. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
May I request Chief Guest Ms. Banu to give a address, please.
Good afternoon, all. So before I read out the formal speech, I welcome you all to the Cyrenaic Lay. But sir, why, as Professor Thakur also mentioned initially, and so did Professor Gunthe, why is this important for us? So for many of you who would have stayed here last night would have experienced a heavy rain towards the midnight. People like doctor who just mentioned he's been coming here since he was just 12-year-old would have seen how the cold desert is now a land of flash floods, is now a land where we see lesser of glaciers and more of rainfalls. So it's very disturbing. Ladakh was never like this. Ladakh should not be like this. However, unfortunately, climate change is here, and we are already late in getting ready for this. So I would say there could not have been a better place, more appropriate to discuss subjects like this. So I look after education, like Sir mentioned. So in our schools, we would never teach U for umbrella to our kids, because our kids would have never seen umbrella because it doesn't rain. Our kids would not have seen rains and flooding of waters at their homes. But unfortunately, that has become a reality. We used to teach our kids F for fish and not F for fan, because so local Ladakhis would agree. Because in our schools, kids would not relate to what a fan is. But unfortunately, today we not just have fans and coolers, but we are forced to have ACs in our homes and offices. Unfortunate but true. And that is why it is very, very essential for us to understand this, to talk about this, to find a solution for this. If Ladakh would become a land away from glaciers and no more a cold desert, entire biodiversity here, the communities here, the life in itself here would have to be changed, and something that we would not be very keen to. So with this, just a little sensitization, I welcome you all, and therefore I request all of you, the 3-day-long engagement, the work that you would do over next 3-4 days is very critical, not just for you, but also for administration, for policy makers like us. We keep insisting that we should have evidence-based policies, but unfortunately, in this domain as of now, there is a very little research. And with you all here, with bright minds like yours, spending time together, deliberating on the issues, I'm very hopeful that we'll have some solutions to help us to design better policies for a place like this in general. And effectively, eventually, we'll have some particular solution for particular pockets in this Himalayan and Trans-Himalayan region. Thank you. With that, I'll start my formal speech. Honorable First Vice Chancellor of Sindhu Central University, Professor Sharma, we welcome you. Other Vice Chancellor from the University of Ladakh, eminent scholars, speakers, researchers, and few policymakers like me, and other ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very grateful to all of you who could spare time, travel to us, and in fact, I look forward to hear from all of you. Julie, it gives me immense pleasure to join all of you today afternoon for this inauguration of 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference, hosted by the Sindhu Central University here in the beautiful Union Territory of Ladakh. I extend my warmest welcome to all of our distinguished delegates who have traveled from different parts of the country and from abroad. Your presence reflects the enduring value of international cooperation and our shared commitment to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. I congratulate Sindhu Central University, the Asian Urban Research Association, the conference organizing committee, and all the partner institutions for bringing this distinguished international conference to Ladakh. The theme of conference, as Professor Thakur mentioned, resilient futures for urbanization, climate change, and sustainable development policy in the changing world, is both timely and very relevant. Across the world, societies and we all are experiencing unprecedented environmental, economic, and social transformations. Climate change, rapid urbanization, growing resource pressures, disaster risk, and the need for sustainable livelihoods demand innovative thinking, evidence-based policy making, and stronger partnerships amongst governments, universities, communities, and private players. These challenges are particularly significant for the region. Ladakh is not only one of India's most beautiful landscapes, but it also one of the most environmentally sensitive and fragile regions. Our glaciers, our water resources, fragile ecosystems, unique biodiversity, and rich cultural heritage remind us that development and conservation must progress together. For this reason, I believe the organizers have made an inspired choice in bringing this conference from Indonesia to Ladakh this year. Rather than discussing the mountain resilience from afar, like Professor Gunte mentioned, you are going to engage directly with the region, where many of these global challenges are being seen every day. I hope your deliberations during the coming 3-4 days will generate ideas that are not only academically rigorous, but also practically relevant for mountain communities across India and the world. The world has not just come to Ladakh simply to observe mountains, like Professor Gunte mentioned. We all have to learn from them. The resilience that have withstood the pressures and the changes not just of years and decades or centuries, but millennia. May all your conversations begin to help us to shape more resilient futures for the mountain communities, not just in India, but also in the world. I'm very pleased that Sindhu Central University is hosting this conference for all of us. As one of the youngest Central University, it has all the opportunity to develop scientific, academic identity rooted in Himalayas while engaging with the global scholarly community that I am here to witness today. Conferences such as this create a valuable opportunity not just for the faculty members, researchers, or students, but also renowned scholars and policymakers like us to establish enduring collaborations and contribute to the research and address both national priorities and also the global challenges. I'm very confident that with this conference, we will, through Sindhu Central University, be able to emerge as an important center of excellence for interdisciplinary scholarship on mountain environments, climate resilience, sustainable development, and public policy. I also understand that IAUC 2026 seeks to leave a lasting legacy through two important initiatives. One, the Leh Declaration and the Leh Charter on Resilient Futures. This would not just help Leh, Ladakh in particular, but the entire community of Trans-Himalayan regions in general. These initiatives reflect an admirable commitment to ensuring that conversations today and tomorrow will continue beyond these closing sessions as well. While conferences often conclude with valuable exchange of ideas, their true success lies in the partnerships that they build and actions they inspire for the future. I hope that the Leh Declaration will serve as an aspirational statement of our shared commitment to resilient and sustainable futures. while the Leh Charter shall provide a strategic framework for continued collaboration amongst university, governments, research institutions, civil society, and international partners. Together, they have a potential to guide future research, capacity building, innovation, and evidence based policy making, particularly for mountainous regions like ours that are facing the challenge of climate change. The administration of UT Ladakh remains firmly committed to promote sustainable development that balances environmental stewardship, economic opportunity, cultural preservation, and social well being for all. We understand that the complex challenges of the future cannot be addressed by administration alone. Universities, research institutions, communities, and international partners like you all have an essential role in generating knowledge, fostering innovation, and shaping a sound public policy with us. I therefore encourage every participant to view this conference not just as a culmination of a dialogue, but as a beginning of an enduring, long lasting partnership. The relationship established here can contribute not only for the future research and academic exchange, but also to the practical solutions that can improve the lives of people living in mountainous regions in India and across the world. I once again congratulate the organizers for the vision and dedicated in bringing this prestigious international conference to Ladakh. I wish 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference every success and hope that your deliberations over the next coming days will inspire new ideas, new collaborations, and meaningful contributions towards building a resilient, inclusive, and a sustainable future, not just for Himalayan but trans-Himalayan communities and similar mountainous regions across the world as well. I also hope that every delegate will leave Ladakh carrying not only new knowledge and professional friendship, but also a deeper appreciation of our region's remarkable natural beauty, living culture traditions, and the warmth and hospitality of our people. With these words, I have a great pleasure to wish all the luck to the 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference. Thank you.
That's an excellent message for us to carry forward. Before unveiling of the proceedings, book of proceedings, I think long waited, I know many have contributed in their abstracts, full technical paper, we were able to come with the book of proceedings. Before unveiling, I would request Dr. Rituparna she also wanted to contribute books to the Sindhu Center University. I will request Professor Rajiv Rachan Sharma, Vice Chancellor, to receive the books. May I invite Dr. Debolina Kalachan Sain, Jigme Takpa, Bharat Kale on the dais, please. Come, friend, here.
I request all the dignitaries to be on the stage because we would like to release and unveil the proceedings of the 18th International Asian Urbanization Conference. So please just be here. I'll give. round of applause, please.
So now the keynote address begins. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to come to the first row, please. Sachin will now take the podium on the place.
And now we start that what we are here for, right? To listen to the keynote addresses. Before we move on to with the keynote addresses, which we are going to I would like to really tell all the participants that Professor Rajiv and the team, they have done a tremendous amount of work convincing the people and then choosing the people, those who are going to talk about this thing. So what I'm trying to say is that your active participation is not only important, but also helpful on one particular aspect, that there is a plan to moving forward. We were just discussing with Professor Rajiv that moving forward, there is a plan to come up with some sort of a documentation, like, something vulnerability assessment of the Himalayan region, the learning from this conference. So why it is important that when you have an active engagement as a participant, and then when you ask a specific question, believe me that you may think that it's a very simple question, but it may lead to maybe another study like this, right? So I request all of you to please be actively participant with this. Your active participation is very important and then pertinent to this one. So with this now we move to the first speaker. The link is established for the first speaker. The first talk is online, right? So the link, can somebody please confirm that? Oh, it is already there. Okay, that's very nice. Thank you very much. So before we go to the first speaker, it is my privilege to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Stanley Brunn. He is an emeritus professor at the University of Kentucky. And this is something which I have requested, that I would like to have the privilege of introducing all the speakers. So thank you, Dr. Raju, for considering my request to do that. Dr. Brunn is a distinguished American geographer and professor emeritus in the Department of Geography at the University of Kentucky. Internationally recognized for his pioneering scholarship in political, social, urban, and future geographies, Dr. Brunn has significantly shaped contemporary geographical thought through his interdisciplinary and globally engaged research. Dr. Brunn joined the University of Kentucky in the year 1980, where he served as department chair and later as state geographer for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. His academic leadership extended to major editorial roles, including editor of the Professional Geographer and Annals of the Association of American Geographers. His research spans an extraordinary range of themes, including the geographies of cyberspace and the internet, time-space, convergence, geopolitics, human geographies, geographies of emotion and peace, and the cultural significance of postage stamp and national identity. A prolific scholar, he has authored or edited more than 25 books and published over 100 research articles. Dr. Brunn has traveled to more than 110 countries and has taught over 20 countries across all inhabited continents, reflecting his deep commitment to the global academic engagement and cross-cultural understanding. In recognition of his outstanding contributions in geography, he was elected a Fellow of American Association of Geographers. The AAG Stanley Brun Award for Creativity in Geography was established in his honor, celebrating its enduring impact on geographical scholarship. I welcome you, Professor Brun, to this conference. Over to you. Thank you.
Dr. Brun, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. You are muted. Oh, sorry. No issues at your end. We are working at our end. We're just trying to make sure that we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you. Dr. Brun, can you hear us?
Okay. Do you want me to repeat what I just said?
Yes, please do repeat.
Okay. Thank you for this honor to make a presentation to this international conference. As I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, this is really a high honor in terms of altitude. I've never been at a conference that's been this high above sea level, so it's a very much of a high, lofty experience. And it's also good to share ideas with you, those who come from different disciplines. And I hope after this presentation today that you will see that there is much we have yet to learn about each other and from each other. So I'm going to read this presentation, and I'll also send it to Rajiv after the conference. Okay. Without question, there is no doubt about the world being a much different place than 10, 20, or 50 years ago. People live in different worlds. They have experiences that those before never did have, and the impacts of those changes are affecting personal views about places and about everywhere on the planet. In this presentation, I will share what are some of these, quote, new worlds, and asking you to think about your own worlds and how they have changed and how they are still changing. I focus on 5 major features of these new worlds. They are intersecting, relearning, visual, digital, and global. These are all what I term knowledge worlds, in that they reflect what we know, how much we know, and what do we do with what we know. These are challenges for all on the planet, living anywhere and everywhere. First, on intersecting worlds. In our learning about a subject or a topic, we have traditionally associated subject matter with a single discipline. That is, a discipline that focuses on something that has been taught for years and become a landmark for continued learning. Familiar subject matter has often been presented and encapsulated into what we have studied and what we learn. That is not to say there are no ties or linkages with related fields and disciplines, that the focus was on subject matter to advance a discipline. This intellectual framework I would label as silo, S-I-L-O, silo thinking. This thinking is very evident in the naming of specific departments in the sciences and humanities, including physics, chemistry, geology, sociology, economics, political science, and more. Faculty are both silo trained and taught students to become future professional silos. They were rewarded professionally for publishing research in their own professional journals that carried their discipline's name in some visible way. These features are not difficult to imagine, as we are all familiar with the names of departments that have all faculty trained in similar fashions. Many faculty trained future professionals in the same way, believing that their department label was a major task, quote, repeating the past. Some probably never thought of exploring learning or teaching some subject in a different way. If someone thought seriously about exiting a familiar and secure knowledge base, that was not professionally rewarded. In reflecting further on our professional worlds, some professionals can think of a subject matter that did not seem to, quote, fit into a familiar silo or comfort zone. That was because narrow, territorial, disciplinary thinking was rewarded and practiced. Let's think briefly about a couple fields of study that began to receive some scholarly interest across more than one silo or discipline. Think about those pioneer scholars in the 1960s who studied the impacts of natural disasters and those studying post-colonial worlds. Natural disasters called for more than just studying earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods, but a focus on populations, surface landscapes, cultures, economies, societies, politics, and visual media learning. The pioneering work on studying the impacts of disasters was done by some professionals in both the natural and social sciences, who realized the need to explore these intersections on people's economic livelihood, human-environmental relations, human behavior, and the role of institutions, including politics, the visual, and media. In like manner, the ends of colonialism in the late 1950s and 60s and 70s ushered entirely new worlds of thinking about Africa and Asia. These new worlds call for new studies on European home countries and their distant possessions. These worlds were far more than only learning about history and politics, but also cultures, religions, languages, economies, societies, and the visible and invisible impacts of colonialism. Entirely new worlds of both learning and relearning became paramount in what was being taught and researched. These intersections became apparent in some thinking and writing about a similar subject studied. In short, the changes might be described as moving from binary or separate knowledge worlds to intersecting worlds of shared subject matter. Evidence of ever-increasing knowledge worlds of cross-disciplinary intersections has become increasingly apparent in the past couple decades. Those years have been one where there is much evidence of blurriness in what we know about a subject, a theme, or even a place. Think for a moment about current problems evident in today's world. Think about COVID-19, sustainability, climate change, human environmental emotions, security, natural and technological disasters, and various human communities, including women, children, the elderly, tourism, refugees, and displaced populations. All these new features we study today and in the past have a locational, place, or geographical base. As scholars, we are slow, often very slow, to recognize these new worlds that have place, landscape, or regional features that are not only worth mapping, but need to understand them in a cultural, economic, and political settings. Geography is a way to look at the world, a world where irregularities and unevenness exist, have meaning, and need to be understood and better understood. All these topics represent examples where present-day scholars across and between disciplines study them, teaching them to students, publishing research in more than major disciplinary journals, and being rewarded for their efforts. In this context, geography is being viewed as a foundation for understanding any feature that has a location. It is much more than placing information on a map, but one that often calls for some mild to deep reasoning in what is presented for the visual reader. Some examples. We know that COVID-19 is not only a health issue. It has political, cultural, economic, social, and media impacts. Studying and learning about it comes from both senior and junior professionals who cross disciplinary boundaries with ease and are comfortable exploring common grounds across a wide range of subject matter. In varying degrees, we are also learning that global warming and climate change are not only an issue for meteorologists and climatologists, but for those studying agricultural areas with unexpected seasonal weather patterns on crop production, observing the human and physical impact of sea level rising, and understanding impacts of tourism. Sustainability is considered more than studying conservation practices for improved agricultural production, but is expanding to exclude human endeavors about recycling practices, environmental perception, architectural change, the protection of nature reserves. In short, learning about contemporary worlds and experiencing living in is much more extensive and expansive than a singular disciplinary focus. Cross and interdisciplinary worlds are a result of these new worlds being experienced in varying degrees across the planet. More on this point later. Relearning worlds. I think the contemporary world of learning and experiencing requires all professionals to engage in some degree of relearning. That comes both from a willingness and the wish to both unlearn and relearn. That cognitive thinking may come from some ease or with some anxiety or possibly even some fear. Those of us in teaching worlds at any level, from primary school grades to preparing graduate level seminars, need to know that we are expected to be leaders in paths for professional development and growth, not only for students, but for our own selves. While it is or may be easy to be professionally complacent or comfortable in our professional lives, we also know that those attributes are not always desired or welcomed. Rather, it is our responsibility as professionals to continue to learn and to relearn, even if that brings some discomfort. In today's worlds of learning, there are some changes or shifts occurring around us that we need to be aware of and addressed. I can see why some express discomfort and observe, quote, from a distance, while others gladly welcome opportunities to not only learn about something new, but also to exploring subject matter connections and relationships with those across and between academic worlds. Permit me to elaborate on the above point. I can see why many aspiring young professionals in the earth, social and behavioral sciences and humanities seek training in departments and colleges and the university community. They're not just taking only classes in the College of Engineering or a College of Arts and Sciences or a College of Education. They are interested in intersecting worlds mentioned above and wish to take courses in colleges of law, media and communication, environmental sciences, social sciences, and humanities. Their interest may be in tourism and recreation, hospitality and caring, gender studies, prehistoric archaeology, international law and justice, and geographic information systems. These are topics of interest to faculty trained in more than one discipline and are comfortable teaching interdisciplinary courses and publishing research in many new cross and interdisciplinary professional journals. Universities themselves need to recognize these new worlds that are here, not just out there. They also need to provide opportunities for junior and senior faculty to change their college and disciplinary affiliation for short term or permanently without penalties. They also need to reward those faculty in emerging fields who apply for and receive research grants to work together on pioneering interdisciplinary research and who publish in cross-disciplinary journals. Furthermore, students wishing to earn degrees in new fields of study, such as those mentioned above, need to do this without financial costs or setting new requirements for graduation. I think we are already observing on college and university campuses many examples of students changing their career interests and graduating with specific cross-disciplinary program degrees not in traditional disciplines. Too often, universities are and becoming frozen in their administrative structure. The funding for traditional rather than cross-disciplinary research, rather than seeking ways to merge or relabel departments or identify emerging subject matter. Visual trends. A third distinguishing feature of contemporary learning worlds focuses on the visual. There is no question but that much of what we know and observe about anyone, anything, or anywhere comes from visual sources. These may be from television, advertising, the internet, websites, and various print or e-sources. It is truly an ocular-centric world where the visual is more important in both learning and experiencing rather than other human senses such as listening, touching, and feeling. The past several decades reveal several turnabouts from the information sources used and available 4 or 5 decades ago. We live in information worlds. That is a certainty. 3 changes are most obvious. First is that there's simply more sources of information, especially visual information. These may be about learning something in the classroom, or the coverage of international news, or what to do for leisure and entertainment. The media worlds of the past are often few and included sound as well as some visual. Those visual worlds existed in multiple forms, including TV entertainment, cartoons, news reporting from limited sources, and the multiple daily and weekly TV shows with a drama, music, or travel destination focus. Today, by contrast, the visual world is both wider and deeper in that it shows the visual. The visual is evident in not only reporting of news, but in the geographical sources of that news. Those sources include more than simply just reports on European and North American countries. Today, reporting visual news can come from a wide source of political, cultural, and geographical origins on almost any subject. These can be TV news with a strong national focus or with a mix of international origins, as well as a mix of different cultural and political foci. Those images on the TV screen or cell phones can be from a reporter in a given country or from some other reporter familiar with that country or region unknown to the viewer. The increasing global content and contemporary news worlds are apparent in information news and also international and regional sporting events. Political news from anywhere about anything. Tourism, leisure, travel places and experiences, cultural worlds about music, art, and drama anywhere on the planet. Their international origins can be places, environments, cultures, and countries known and unknown to the viewer. While some news-breaking event about a mega natural disaster or political leadership or conflict or disease outbreak may be a major item on the visual news, the location of that event may not be known or even important to the individuals observing the event on digital screen. It also may be reported one day, but disappear the next. The sources of what we observe, learn, and know usually have both some shallow or deep political foundations. One final observation on the contemporary visual world is that there can be and are multiple sources where the event occurred or the image had its origin. It can be on a TV screen, in one's home or office or community library, or it can be on one's iPad or laptop, or even wristwatch, which tells us more than what time it is. The sources of any information can be local or national or international. They can be known or unknown. There are even devices to translate screen messages into other languages, or ways to send or receive information about almost anything from anywhere. Sometimes that access is easy, other times comes with some cost. There is no question but that the expansive visual worlds, yes, worlds, have no end. They can be seen, as we know, as providing not only desired information about a place or culture, but also undesirable, unhealthy, violent, and discriminatory information about a culture or a place for children, adults, and professionals. What we are experiencing today in some countries and cultures are more than new and renewed calls to limit what information can be and should be shared with children. We realize that the impacts of increased, uncensored, and illegal worlds can and do affect populations and cultures differently. There are multiple, literally hundreds of sources about sports, music, economies, cultures, and politics worldwide that can both learn and unlearn about places, people, and environments. The absence of screening or setting limits on what can we observe raises serious questions about the degrees of openness, as well as who can and who will make restrictions on content. As we know, or should know, increased visualization is often not accompanied by how to read and interpret what we observe, or even what we map. From my perception, I observe that maps are being used increasingly by those in the humanities to understand or better understand the importance of place, landscape, territory, and region in understanding culture, heritage, faith, environmental feelings expressed in music, art, and drama. We can also observe that many of these place expressions are sometimes also evident in promoting tourism and recreation places and environments. The advertising worlds have increasingly become aware how important the promotion of place is for travel and leisure, but also for culture and environmental backgrounds, for marketing a product. Place itself is a promotional concept known that has no visual or geographical limits. The digital worlds. The digitized worlds our current generations are experiencing, not previous generations. Where digitization exists, it can have impacts on one's personal life, where one works, with whom one associates and communicates with, and what restrictions governments place on the process and practice. Very simply, digitization is accompanied by machine technologies that relate to subject matter and how, what, and with whom we communicate. The introduction and diffusion of computer machine technologies are evident in how we learn, but also how much we learn and can learn about a place, a culture, an economy, or any subject. There are no limits. These are worlds in which we are moving in varying degrees of speed, from what is where to how much is where. Digital knowledge bases increase our level of information and understanding, which itself takes our knowledge world from a two-dimensional knowledge base, that is, what is where, to a three-dimensional level that reveals how much or how little we know or really wish to know. That expansive subject matter base can be about any subject, whether it is history of a country, the emergence of new cultures, new faith communities, new languages, or new political parties. All collected subject matter has a locational database of some sort. That knowledge may be gathered and analyzed and even mapped. Those sources of information on massive data can be and can come from government sources, or from one's personal research on a topic or place, or from the sources of manufactured goods and services, or trade and communication networks, local or international levels. Mapping locational data provides a new and different perspective and dimension about our understanding about people and places, environments, and also places of security, comfort, and discomfort zones. Maps may be replacing words as key features in learning. Let me repeat that. Maps may be replacing words as key features in learning. The expanding tertiary and quaternary sectors of the economy are mostly associated with digital data collection, representations, services, and flows, and also physical networks, e-networks. There are companies and corporations basically concerned with information. These include banks, investment companies, legal institutions, advertising, real estate corporations, human rights and organizations, education and health institutions, public and private environmental sources, security and protection. These are companies and corporations that produce, consume, and exchange information. In a digital context, there are no limits to the amount and degree of place and personal information that is collected and shared with other service economies. They are both local and global, environmental, financial, educational, print, and visual. In an everyday world of human interaction, we can only imagine how important information is not only produced and made available in digital forms, but also how much is exchanged or shared with others for a cost or free to consumers and potential users. The data may be about investments in a new oceanic mining operation, exploration of some offshore polar oil production, or a tourist location in the Caribbean world, selling a new medicine to rural environments somewhere in Southeast Asia, resettlement, or following a natural disaster in the Mediterranean or Pacific coast location. The data may be generated from information collected from a single company or multiple companies in Europe or North America. The headquarters of the investment company could be literally anywhere on the planet or in outer space. Information could be presented in digital form, that is, numerical data, reports, graphs, maps, and photos. Displaying knowledge on a map may be easily understood or presented with some difficulty or even with some despair that is expected. Digital worlds are best seen in a network context. That is, the linkages between places, rural areas, cities, and cultures, and countries. Those linkages may be few or maybe many. The readers may be anywhere and connected by the internet, websites, or personal cell phones. Those worlds connect others living in the same town or city or someplace 5 time zones ahead or behind, or in familiar or unfamiliar locations anywhere on the planet. Digital worlds have a completely different network geography than those who rely on personal visits or offices across the street. Using these worlds require some degree of ease with both younger and senior age populations. While some youth may be comfortable with these new worlds, they may need some geographic education about where and with whom they are connected. A world that some seniors may already know where the place is. Global worlds. My final point on the new worlds looks at the world in a global perspective. This world is different from a world perspective, which basically looked at world regions such as Europe, Africa, Asia, North and South America, and the Pacific. These regions were familiar to students and teachers in the 19th and 20th centuries, where the world was basically, quote, seen and depicted as a European, North American world. These were Eurocentric worlds. History and geography books included much more information about these worlds than those living in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Often, they were the last chapters in a geography book. Terms such as Near East and Far East became popular and were used in diplomacy, as well as defined and labeled on world maps. This overemphasis on the Western world was no surprise, as most of us knew and taught came from European and North American sources. This was also evident on a world map projections that placed Europe at the center and at the center of world time zone maps. There was less information about what we would call today the global South. That was because there was far less information known about these countries and regions. As mentioned above, the real knowledge breakthroughs came in the 1960s and 1970s, with the emergence of new states in Africa and Asia appearing on the world scene. New countries and names of new countries appeared on world maps, and new information about these post-colonial worlds, cultures, societies, politics, and environments. The world map was gradually assuming more of a global, international focus, with not only the independence of former European colonies in Africa and Asia, but also changes associated with national and regional conflicts. The new states on the world political map became members of the United Nations and sources of investment for European and North American corporations. This awakening further continued with the emergence of China as a leading regional economic and political power in Asia. China's world and global relations extended beyond Asia to countries in Africa, and also investments in Europe, North America. The term global also emerged with the word globalization, a term first appearing in the 1980s, which was associated with expanded European and North American international trade and investment and diplomatic contacts with more than and new African and Asian countries. In today's worlds of global media connections and sources of information about international trade, politics, and communications, the word global has a more international appeal than simply using the word world. If continents it continues to be very important today to know about where things are occurring and why. This is not just a simple statement, but one that needs to be considered and valued when looking at present world. The world map is more than simply something that just tells us where something is. Placing something on a map is not difficult. Explaining it may be. Indeed, all maps are human constructions. Beneath features shown on a map were the refugee origins and human constructions. Beneath features on a map were the refugees and destinations or areas impacted by global warming or gender and racial discrimination or seasonal hunger and mega natural disasters and political conflicts are decisions made by citizens and governments. All these issues have a place or space feature. We need to seek answers to why and where, all which will lead us to answer the why, where, and what, so what questions. We will not know all the answers, but we can at least make attempts to know with intelligence, compassion, caring, and humility. Where we go from here. In closing, let me make 4 statements. First, the visual worlds are on us and in us in many ways. The increased visualness is something that we need to learn about, not just take for granted. What are the sources of our visual worlds? Are they national or international, in purpose or focus? Second, what can we learn from others? What can we learn and relearn from those studying history, art and music, law and justice, print and visual sources, minority languages, and government institutions and organizations? Scientists can learn from the humanities and vice versa. We need to reward and award those venturing into terra incognita to expand our knowledge and living worlds. Third, we may think we already know much about the planet and all that is in it and on it. In reality, however, there remain degrees of nothingness and somethingness. Our knowledge level about some places may be much or great, but elsewhere, such as oceans and polar regions, the answer is next to nothing. Let's collectively continue to work with patience, respect, human caring, and compassion. Fourth and finally, this presentation has focused on new worlds. That is, worlds that are emerging slowly or rapidly from what were before. Those places, environments, landscapes, and regions can be mapped and closely studied. But there are also worlds where changes in these locations in place are not occurring. They're not occurring, or they're occurring very slowly. The variations are apparent in all countries to some degree. These fast and slow places merit scholarly attention from those focusing on traditional discipline subject matter, but also those studying new intersecting research foci, especially visual media and AI, artificial intelligence. We need to identify and both map those non-changing and changing worlds in order to understand the whys, the so whats, and wheres all around all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brunt, for a very comprehensive information, what you talked about, particularly related with the intersecting, relearning, and visual and digital global. I think after this, your detailed explanation, now I understand that why geography can be considered as a subject under social science as well as under the science. So a big round of applause and thank you very much. And we would probably email you a couple of questions once we have. We would really appreciate that if you could give us some time to look into that one. So thank you very much. But then I would like to see if Professor Rajiv would like to very quickly add a couple of words for your extensive this thing.
Thank you, Professor Brun. That was indeed very comprehensive, very macro, touching almost every aspect that one would like to look at. To my colleagues in the audience, I wanted to say that Professor Brun wanted to be here in person. Unfortunately, health was not in his favor. So we collectively decided that he wouldn't visit Leh this time, but maybe we are working on his visit to Leh, to Sindhu Central University, and of course to India. Yes, and I would also like to add that Professor Brun is extremely excited about challenges and opportunities from the research frontier in the context of India. So his dedication is far more something that, of course, you can see from what he was speaking. Okay. The questions, I know you wanted to have a Q&A at that engagement. Unfortunately, the time is running out, and so we're going to move to the next. But please hang around with us. Those questions will come back to you in the form of digital questions, and we'll have that engagement going on. Thanks once again, Professor Stanbrun. Okay.
Thank you. We now move to our next speaker. The link is up for the next speaker. Yeah, okay. So our next speaker is Professor Satish Kumar, who is Dean at Queen's University, Belfast Gift City Campus. Professor Satish Kumar is an internationally recognized human geographer and academic leader whose scholarship focuses on the colonial, post-colonial, and decolonial geographies of South Asia. His interdisciplinary work bridges geography, social sciences, and the humanities, advancing critical perspective on sustainable human development, urban transformation, cultural heritage, and spatial justice in the global South. Professor Kumar currently serves as the founding dean of the Queen's University, Belfast International Branch campus at Gujarat's Gift City, Ahmedabad, India. Prior to this appointment, he spent more than 25 years at the School of Natural and Built Environment, Queen's University, Belfast, where he held several senior leadership positions, including Director of the Internationalization and the Director of the Queen's Academy, India. He completed his higher education at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and had served as a visiting professor at the leading Indian institutions, Banaras Hindu University and University of Calcutta, to name a few. In 2024, the government of Kerala appointed him chairperson of the Kerala Urban Policy Commission in recognition of its expertise in urban governance and sustainable development. His research addresses climate-related traits to cultural heritage, labor geographies, and contemporary urban policy challenges. He is a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society and the recipient of several prestigious academic and leadership honors to SKT. Welcome, Professor Satish Kumar. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. Is someone going to be sharing this, my PowerPoint, Rajiv, or should I do it myself?
Yes. They are sharing your PowerPoint, Professor Satish. It's up great. There. If you could see, it's up there. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay,
great.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Professor Rajiv Thakur and also to my good friend Chandrasekhar and all the team members for organizing the 18th Asian Urbanization Conference. I'm sorry I'm not there in person because of some of the pending challenges we have as the head of the institution here as well. But I'm very delighted to share some of the learning lessons that I've had having worked with the Kerala government, looking at producing the first urban policy report for the Kerala government for the next 50 years, and also trying to provide an urban vision for 40 million people in the state of Kerala. So what I'm going to do is basically The title of my talk is Urbanizing the Fragile, and this is a theme that I've been working for some time. And essentially, those who have access to my abstract will be able to relate to the points that I'm making. But I want to make some very quick observations as a context to the presentation here. So really speaking, as we know that urbanization is progressing rapidly across landscapes where ecological thresholds are narrow, climate risks are increasing, and infrastructure choices can entrench settlements in long-term vulnerability. So this presentation compares Kerala's densely populated, climate-sensitive, coast-to-highland urban systems with Ladakh's cold, arid mountain settlements. In this regard, the two regions are not identical cases, but as a strategic contrast to explore the common policy question. Question is, how should urbanization be managed when terrain, water, climate, and culture imposes unavoidable limits? And that's the framework that I am trying to engage with. And I think the whole core proposition is the transferable lesson is not a coastal solution for the mountains. It is about a governance method. So the talk will talk. I will talk around the questions about the ecological limits first, then talk about the polycentric governance, and also look at some visions for Ladakh as we move forward. So the key question is, how do we govern urban transition when terrain, water, climate, and culture imposes non-negotiable limits? And I want you to keep that in your mind as I go through the text. So let the PowerPoint page remain where they are, and I'll just go back to the context as we speak. So if you can just hold on the PowerPoint, I'll just come back to it in a few minutes. So in a sense, when I look at the paper itself suggests three key propositions. First, the ecological carrying capacity must become an early determinant in spatial planning, building regulations, tourism management, and infrastructure investment. Secondly, environmental systems that cross administrative boundaries require polycentric governance, which includes state-enabled, regionally coordinated, locally accountable, and community-grounded. And third is the vulnerable ecological regions need long-term but periodically revisable urban roadmaps that connect ecological evidence with law institutions, finances, technical capacity, and public participation. So the paper introduces the concept of an urban ecological operating envelope in which effective development capacity is constrained by the most restrictive systems, such as water, sanitation, safe land, waste, energy, mobility, biodiversity, cultural heritage, or institutional capacity. It also, I tried to adapt the Kerala's Commission's institutional approach into a proposed governance framework and a phased roadmap for Ladakh. So that's the sort of framework that I'm trying to engage with. So when we look at the questions, how can urbanization proceed when the terrain itself establishes limits that engineering, finance, and administrative expansion cannot indefinitely overcome? And this question requires a change in the meaning of urban development. Conventional urban policy often begins with the projected population, land demand, infrastructure gaps, and investment requirements. Ecologically grounded urban policy must begin earlier. It must ask how much water is reliably available, which land is safe to occupy, which ecosystems must remain functional, what quantity of waste can be collected and treated, how mobility demand affects air quality and carbon emissions, and whether public institutions possess the capacity to regulate what they approve. So fragility in this paper does not mean that coastal or mountainous societies are inherently weak. Kerala and Ladakh both possess deep traditions of adaptation, social organization, ecological knowledge, and collective action. Fragility instead describes the relationship between three factors: narrow environmental thresholds, growing exposure, and inadequate institutional capacity. A landscape becomes dangerously fragile when urbanization exceeds the capacity of ecological and governance system to absorb change without irreversible loss. So mountain regions make this relationship especially visible. The IPCC identified mountains as regions of high biological and cultural diversity that provides critical water, food, energy, livelihood, and spiritual services, while also experiencing accelerating climate and environmental change. It stresses that effective adaptation must integrate multiple sectors, jurisdictions, and knowledge systems, including indigenous and local knowledge, and the multi-scale monitoring and governance are necessary where risks cross administrative boundaries. So Kerala's experience provides and offers complementary lessons. Its urban transition is not simply the growth of few large cities. It is a networked transformation extending through municipal corporations, municipalities, smaller towns, peri-urban regions, and rural-urban continuum. The Kerala Urban Policy Commission, therefore, framed urban transformation through an integrated agenda, connecting spatial planning, climate resilience, habitat, infrastructure, health, culture, economic development, finance, and collective governance. Its materials explicitly identify floods, landslides, coastal erosions, heat, fragmented planning, infrastructure gaps, and weak metropolitan coordination as interdependent challenges rather than isolated sectors. So the paper itself has three essential arguments. Ecological capacity must become an upstream planning determinant. And this is very important. Can I have the next slide, please? So yeah, again, from the point of view of that first, ecological carrying capacity must become an upstream planning determinant, not an environmental assessment conducted after the development decisions have been effectively made. The second is fragile regions require polycentric governance because water systems, mobility networks, economic corridors, visitor flows, hazard zones, and ecological processes do not coincide neatly with municipal boundaries. And thirdly, urban transition must be governed to a 25-year roadmap that sequences legal reform, institutional development, infrastructure, finance, professional capacity, and public accountability while remaining open to the 5-year revisions. So that's the sort of framework that I tried to present it. And as I said, when you look at the questions, why Ladakh and why now? The resilience is the theme. And if you look at the whole context itself, we have the gyrospheres with the glaciers, snow regimes which shape seasonal water security. We have the water itself. Scarcity is local, seasonal, and amplified by peak demands. And then tourism. Visitor loads can exceed resident service systems. And then we have the cultural heritage, the settlement form, heritage and local knowledge, our infrastructure. So planning implications means how do you measure peak season pressure and dry year capacity, not only as annual averages on a seasonal basis. Can I go to the next slide, please? So when we look at the comparative lens itself, in terms of the terrain, as I said, I've already given you the framework. So the question, if you come to the last part of the column there, if you look at it, there are shared policy questions. How should intensity vary by ecological sensitivity? That's in terms of terrain. In terms of water, we look at the whole framework of can water budgets govern land development. In terms of urban form, we ask the question, which scale should coordinate services and risks? In terms of climate risk, how do plans shift from historical averages to scenarios? Because historical averages mean very little, especially in today's context of climate change. And then you have the institutional problems. How can polycentric governance avoid fragmentation? So the whole argument is about requiring planning which follows the ecological functions as well as jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So the ecological footprint baseline, when we compare the scale and versus the stress, and we always say that within the framework we have to understand both the scale and the stress. And if you look at the whole baseline for Kerala, in terms of the net balance, you look at it as 10.99. If you look at Ladakh, it's much lower. But what the most important thing is Kerala's footprint is high throughput, continuous urban networks. In terms of Ladakh is a lower in aggregate, but sharply concentrated in scarce water, wastewater systems during peak seasons. And I just don't want to go into too much detail, just giving you a broad macro level in terms of the two distinct forms of ecological pressures that exist in both Kerala and Ladakh. Can I move to the next slide, please? So if you look at the vision itself for Kerala, what we have done is that we prepared the vision for 40 million people with 55 stakeholder meetings. We produced the evidence. We had the thematic studies, 33 thematic studies. We had 12 urban fellows. We produced 2,359 pages of evidence across the. So we provided a whole integrated policy framework. And the model is a method, not a blueprint. And that's what I want to emphasize. That is the crucial point. Next slide, please. So again, just continuing in terms of how do I translate some of the ideas and learning experiences from Kerala to Ladakh, the translation to Ladakh, land plus water as one plan. And therefore, when we look at the development rights, vary by aquifer, vary by catchment, hazards, and cultural landscapes. In terms of low footprint services, we look at the decentralized modular water resilient systems. In terms of cultures, infrastructure, looking at vernacular knowledge, heritage and community institutions informing planning. And finance is tied to performance. So look at fees and grants, ring fence for water, waste management, mobility, and restoration. In terms of governance across scales, we look at the union territory, we look at the hills councils, municipalities, village institutions, and the citizens. So we can see that the various pillars can be used as diagnostic questions when we reassemble it in the context of Ladakh's ecological and institutional context. Next slide, please. Yeah, again, when you look at the urban ecological operating envelope, as I said, it's the whole framework when you look at it: water, sanitation, safe land, waste, etc., energy and mobility, biodiversity, and institutions. We find that, as a rule, the infrastructure demand should proceed only if every critical system are accounted for. And that is the main point that I've been trying to make, that, we have to be very careful how we look at the institutional systems, how we look at the whole idea of critical delivery of systems, that all of them can only happen when we look at the critical systems remain inside the envelope. Next slide, please. So when we make a carrying capacity as a framework to become usable, we also need to look at the nested spatial units, particularly in the context of operationalizing the urban management, operationalizing urban policy. So in terms of Ladakh, the application is development must pass capacity tests at more than one scale. So moving from the plot to the neighborhood to service zones and aquifers. We also look at the seasonal scenarios from ordinary years to dry snow year, dry low snow, and also peak tourism years, and plan for the season when systems fail, not annual average. Again, I'm underscoring the point, you cannot go with annual averages. Cumulative impacts is again important, tracking committed capacity, not just current use, looking at multiple small hotels, roads that can be collectively breach the envelope. So we are trying to keep everything within the urban envelope. Just bear that in mind. So adaptive revision calls for monitoring annually, formally revising every 3 to 5 years, tightening or cautiously expanding limits as evidence moves forward. So the bottom line in the sense is that carrying capacity should be a governance system, not a shelf document, which happens to be most of the time the case. Can I look at the next slide, please, very quickly? Yeah, so I'm also looking at the next slide. Yes, the next slide, looking at the polycentric governance for fragile ecological regions. Again, the whole framework, if you're looking at the shared ecological budget, how does it impact the villages, citizens, and also looking at the way we can collate data. So governance at the smallest effective scale and coordinating across larger cross-boundary impacts. Next slide, please. So multiple authorities can be avoidable. The task is to coordinate it. So water first urban planning, and that's something which, looking at the snows, the glaciers, the climate sensitive regimes, we look at the how do you create the baseline, where the limits are, also looking at the regulations and monitoring. Again, something which provides us with a framework to really understand the significance of how we can govern at the smallest unit as well. But at the same time, shifting the planning unit from the plot to the aquifer, to the catchment, and to the season. So this idea of aquifer, catchment, and seasons is relevant to the context of Ladakh. Next slide, please. So again, looking at tourism as a peak load urbanization, which also has its own fragility, we are again looking at how the planning moves forward. Planning, looking at the caps and accommodation by local service capacity, not only market demand, using visitors' fee to fund water, waste, mobility, and restoration, shift from volume tourism to high-value, low-impact tourism, and measuring the peak day. So places like, if you look at European cities now, they are now charging a small fee to be able to look at providing services, maintaining and sustaining those services. So planning for the peak that breaks systems, not the annual average that hides those systems. Next slide, please. So again, when we look at the ideas about planning instruments for fragile terrain, we look at the ecological baseline, we look at a capacity certificate, we look at a conditional approval, public monitoring, and correction revision. Again, areas which are no-go zones, protect hazardous regions, recharge biodiversity, sacred cultural landscapes. And many of the Gompas are in areas which are highly fragile ecological zones. How do you protect those landscapes as well? A lot of the recent newspaper reports about the visit to Pangong Tso, people breaching some of those protective areas and breaching into the unprotected areas. So again, those are areas where you can have a capacity certificate, conditional approval, etc. So the main theme that we say is a fee can finance a manageable impact. It cannot purchase the right to exceed a hard ecological limit. And that's the point I'm making to this particular presentation. Next slide, please. Performance-linked license is also a very interesting point. So just moving on to the whole idea of a roadmap, again, looking at the evidence and guardrails, how do we create a vision, create a direction for 5 years to look at creating accountability, annual data, keeping the plan adaptive to the changing scenarios. Next slide, please. Yeah, so financing ecological transition is something which is a big topic. I'm not going to go into details there. The financing should expand capability without enabling ecological overshoot, and that's a very critical point. So looking at visitors' fee, ecological fee, looking at impact charges, looking at climate grants, and looking at own source revenues, how do these get translated? Ring fencing's resilience and restoration funds. Restoration fund is absolutely critical in these fragile ecological zones. And again, looking at water and recharge, water use, public mobility, and heritage systems. So a public audit and a dashboard is crucial. A charge can internalize cost. It cannot legalize ecological overshoot. Next slide, please. Yes, and I think I'm almost going there. So when we look at the annual ecological budget, again, there are different ways to do it. I'm not going to spend too much time. So how many projects are there and to what capacity remains? Again, each project has its own capacity. If a dashboard cannot explain who receives scarce capacity and who pays for the stress, it is not an ecological budget. Next slide, please. So again, environmental justice in a fragile urbanization is very crucial. Carrying capacity must protect situations there. So again, very quickly, when I can come to the end of that slide, please. Just come to the end of the slide. Yeah, just keep going. Yeah, so just go back to the previous slide. I just end with the last slide. Yeah, just to give you the main thing. So urbanize within the capacity of the terrain, govern at the scale of the ecosystem, finance the transition over a generation, and make every limit democratically accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful views, specifically comparing the two very contrasting locations. Thank you very much. And for the paucity of the time, we are not going to take the question online, but my humble submission too would be that I would send you the questions by the email for the participants, and then requesting you to please address those at your earliest convenience. Thank you for taking out time. It would have been really nice to have you in person, but I understand the emergencies at your end. But thank you once again for taking out time for this one. Thank you very much. I have an announcement for the participant to make. Please note that after this session, dinner has been arranged for all the participants in the Hotel Abduz. So what I see is that some of the participants, those who have left from here, if their friends or colleagues they are here, please send them the message to come back, because we are arranging the shuttle from here to go to the Hotel Abduz for the dinner. So once this session is over, we will directly go to the Hotel Abduz for dinner. So don't miss that opportunity, but then just inform those people, those who are there. I would now like to invite our next speaker in this series, Dr. Debolina Kundu. Slides are up, please, for her. She is the director at the National Institute of Urban Affairs in India. It's Debolina Kundu, right? She's there. Oh, yeah, ma'am, please come. A distinguished urban scholar, Dr. Debolina specializes in urbanization, housing, migration, and inclusive development. As in the role of the director of the National Institute of Urban Affairs, also known as NIUA, she has played a pivotal role in advancing research and policy initiatives for sustainable and equitable urban development. Ma'am, it's really privileged to have you here, and thank you very much taking out time and then personally addressing us. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Namaskar. A very good evening to the distinguished dignitaries, researchers, practitioners, and students from India and abroad. It's really an honor and privilege for me to speak at the 18th International Asian Urban Conference. I thank Sindhu Central University for the kind invitation and also the hospitality. I represent the National Institute of Urban Affairs, the premier think tank with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, which really concentrates on research, knowledge exchange, and capacity building in areas pertaining to urban. I will be speaking, touching upon two aspects. One is urbanization in fragile Himalayan ecosystems. How do we build resilient and future-ready mountain cities? But I also have a question in my mind. Why do we really want to urbanize this Himalayan belt? Why cannot this region remain as it was maybe 50 years back? The Indian Himalayan region, I think we all know, it spans across 13 Himalayan states, home to around 166.5 million people in 2011, accounting for around 14% of the total Indian population, and one of the India's most ecologically fragile regions, highly vulnerable to earthquakes, landslides, flash floods, and also the impacts of climate change. Urbanization is creating challenges as well as new opportunities while placing increasing pressure on the ecosystems, natural resources, and also the urban infrastructure, as our previous speaker has very nicely put forward, making a comparison between Kerala and Ladakh. I think if you look at the country as a whole and the processes that are undergoing just now, the process of urbanization is inevitable, whether we like it or not. More than 1/3 of the country is already urban. Another 1/3 may not become urban in the next 50 to 60 years. And the remaining 1/3 is transitioning from rural to urban very fast. So when we say that India is rapidly urbanizing, I think most scholars and researchers, they refer to this band of transitional areas, pre-urban or peri-urban areas, which have attained urban characteristics. However, the state governments are yet to recognize them as statutory towns. Mountain urbanization matters because of which the settlement patterns are getting reshaped, economies and landscapes are also changing, and they are currently serving as engines of tourism, trade, culture, and strategic connectivity. However, they remain among India's most ecologically fragile urban systems, and climate change is a cause and an impact in amplifying existing environmental and urban vulnerabilities. If we look at the pattern of urbanization, I think urbanization continues to expand across the Himalayan region, whether we like it or not. The Himalayan region remains less urbanized than the urban Indian plains, and there are distinct regional variations. I'm not going into the details. Next slide, please. But what is important is when we look at the size class distribution, 20% of India's towns and cities are accounted for by the Indian Himalayan region, and there is a long tail of small towns in this region, which constitutes about 80% of the total urban centers of the Indian Himalayan region. Next slide, please. And one very important revelation, if you look at the urban structure, is that 68% towns in this region are comprised of census towns, which do have urban traits. However, they are yet to be recognized as urban by state governments, as urban development is a state subject. Next slide, please. When we look at the built-up area expansion and peripheral growth in the Himalayan cities, what we find is there has been a lot increased built-up area expansion. Leh recorded the highest growth in built-up area during this period, which is around 40%, followed by Srinagar and Gangtok. And built-up expansion is, in all these cities, is characterized by faster growth at the urban periphery than within the city core. We, at NIUA, we did a study. We are in the process of doing a study. We are picking up state by state, trying to look at the transitional areas beyond the census towns, and using the modified Digurba method of looking at urban, we are trying to ascertain how urban the cities, the states are. And we have contributed to the Economic Service chapter on urbanization. Those interested can always take a look at that. Himalayan cities face multiple natural hazards, be it earthquakes, landslides, flash floods, river floods, and also at the same time water scarcity. So water security becomes very important, not only in the mainland but also in the Himalayan region. Next slide, please. When urbanization meets climate risk, I think there is a convergence of environmental, climatic, and urban stress through glacial retreat, which our chief guest a little while ago did mention. There are recurrence of flash floods and cloud bursts, landslides due to slope instability, solid waste stress because of tourists who again account for a lot of the solid waste accumulation, tourism pressure, and water scarcity. I think multiple stresses are converging into increased urban risk. Next slide, please. The carrying capacity of Himalayan cities, I think this is a point which was raised by all the previous speakers, and it is one of the areas of concern. We at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs are working on, are trying to do research on various cities in the Himalayan belt, trying to understand what is the carrying capacity of the cities and what policy measures need to be taken to align the ecological limits of mountain ecosystems with the demand that urbanization is throwing up. Next slide, please. Disaster events linked to unplanned urbanization, I think we all are aware. I'm not going into the details. Next, please. Urbanization is again increasing environmental and infrastructure challenges, ecological degradation, rising climate and risk, disaster risk, infrastructure deficits, pressure on ecological carrying capacity, and planning and governance gaps. I think Professor Satish Kumar has also pointed out several times on the governance gaps, and policy needs to address this. When we are rethinking mountain urbanization, I think from vulnerability to resilience, a paradigm for mountain cities needs to concentrate on how do we plan for urban growth, because most of the growth that is happening is organic. How do we build resilience in risk-informed planning, climate adaptation, disaster preparedness? How do we plan for sustainable ecosystems? And what are the pathways for future readiness in terms of smart technologies, smart climate resilience, inclusive governance, and also adaptive cities? And we all need to keep in mind that urban development must work with nature and not against it. There are various pillars for planning for future-ready Himalayan cities. One is climate-sensitive planning. We at NIUA has helped the local administration here to prepare a climate action plan. We are in conversation with the Tata Trust in helping this region in terms of solid waste management. How do you really go for garbage-free cities? How do we work on spring sheds, the used water, and also urban flooding? How do we create resilient infrastructure? What are the nature-based solutions that could be adapted? How do we engage community? And what are the data-driven governance pathways to build future-ready Himalayan cities? The final slide. We need to develop a comprehensive framework for sustainable Himalayan urbanization with region-specific planning standards. We need to strengthen the institutional coordination, prioritize investment, establish integrated geospatial observatories, build local institutional capacities for climate-responsive planning and implementation, and also promote intercity learning and knowledge sharing among Himalayan states and mountain cities. Beyond this presentation, I'll take 2 more minutes of yours. I was requested to speak on what is the vision of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and what are we doing to help cities grow in a more planned manner. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has set up the Center for Public Policy on Housing and Habitat during the last National Urban Conclave, which really looks at promoting collaboration between academic partners, the private sector, the planning schools, the students groups, to really facilitate evidence-based planning. We have also set up the National Urban Learning Platform in the hub and spoke model. There are 4 centers of excellence across the country, and how do we create a close network of institutions. Under the Swachh Bharat mission, we have set up the knowledge management unit to impart knowledge to city officials across the country. There's a River Cities Alliance and a Hill Cities Forum, again institutionalized at the National Institute of Urban Affairs to facilitate peer learning. There's a circularity cell which has been established just this month under the BRICS Urban Forum to facilitate peer learning among the BRICS countries. The National Council for Public Works has been set up again to impart more of collaboration among the CPWD and other agencies. The ICCCs and which were formed under the Smart Cities mission, they are being repurposed along with the HUDCO's regional centers to help the Urban Challenge Fund. City economic regions have been established. Rural-urban transition policy is being again promoted. Urban river management plans are being prepared. Shallow aquifer management, heat action plans are being prepared. Circularity is being promoted in different cities. Climate cells are being set up in different states and cities, and capacity building of officials working at the state and city level is being imparted by NIUA. NIUA has completed its 50 years this year, and I look forward to working with all of you in being part of the team Urban, which was announced by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Maybe you just be here for a minute. I have a time only for one quick question. Yes, please, sir. So maybe if you could just take the mic, if it works. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
But today,
It's on. It's on.
today my opinion is changed now. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation here. And you mentioned about the water scarcity also, and what are the plans, the future plans about that. My vision about Ladakh was completely different before, and after walking this morning and looking into the atmosphere, my vision is completely changed. I find that there will be some water scarcity very soon in this area. And because the cryosphere may not survive, and flying through Ladakh by the very low flying aeroplane, and I saw that many of the hills have been denuded. And so what is your vision to sustain the water for this area for a long time, over the next decade or next 10, 20 years? And because the tourism is increasing and the construction is increasing, and probably the pollutants increasing, these 2.5 micromole particulates are very much heavy here. I feel that from the respiratory problems. And so in that situation, there might be some water scarcity very, very soon. In that situation, and being in the planning cell, and what is your vision to sustain the water supply of this area? That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a very important question. This was previously a desert of ice. Now we do not find ice. There's only snow in a few hilly patches, which I also witnessed yesterday when I was flying towards Leh. So I think it's very important for each and every individual living here to conserve water. We do not call wastewater anymore, we call used water. So that water which we are using needs to be recycled. Again, when we are promoting tourism, one needs to be mindful of the carrying capacity of the region. And third would be the shallow aquifer management and catching the rain. So any building permission which is granted, that building should have operational rainwater harvesting facility. So, and there could be some incentives in property tax if the buildings are able to operate on those, not only install but also have operational rainwater harvesting facilities, and reuse of used water would be very important, and also catching the rain in whatever manner possible, and shallow aquifer management, and also learning from good practices across the globe. When there are cloudbursts, Copenhagen has an excellent policy, so cloudburst policy. So we need to learn from international good practices also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I kindly request Dr. Ma'am, please wait. May I kindly request Dr. Preet Maharaj to come on the stage and felicitate our speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming all the way here and your time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I now move on to the next speaker, Dr. Kalachand Sain. Professor, he's a J.C. Bose Fellow and Honorary Outstanding Professor, ACIR India. Professor Sain is a leading geophysicist known for his work in applied geophysics, earth sciences, and energy resource exploration. His research includes gas hydrates, geothermal energy, hydrocarbon exploration in complex geological settings, geodynamics, and geological hazard assessment. Professor Sain has published over 250 publications to his name, 12 books, and has supervised 17 PhD students and more than 70 proceedings of the 17th master students. He is Earth Science Subject Editor of the Proceedings of the Indian National Science Academy and Secretary General of the Federation of Indian Geosciences Association. A fellow of all 3 National Science Academies of India, he has been ranked amongst the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University Elsevier. His honors include CSIR Young Scientist Award, Raman Fellowship, National Geoscience Award, National Award of Excellence, Distinguished Alumnum Award from IIT, that is ISM Dhanbad, the Krishnan Gold Medal, and the Dr. Hari Narayanan Lifetime Achievement Award. He has served on numerous committees where I had an opportunity to be on a committee with him regarding the PSC committee of the DST which he was chairing. So really glad to have you here, Professor Sain, and then it's over to you. Thank you very much again.
Good evening to all the distinguished guests, panelists, and the delegates. First of all, I thank Professor Sachin, Gunthe, and Dr. Where he is now? I'm not able to, Chandrasekhar, for the invitation. And it gives me immense pleasure to share some of my thoughts and views on Himalayan perspective with regard to sustainability and resilience. Since I worked in Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, and I had some field experiences, so I will share these thoughts and views with some examples also at the end. So, with regard to the Himalayan perspective, the indicators of the climate change are visible. We are observing the glaciers are retreating, thinning, mass is also getting lost, as well as we are seeing that new glacial lakes are formed, existing glacial lakes are being expanded, tree line is shifting upward, snow line is shifting upward, and we are also seeing there have been elevation-dependent warming. The warming into the gradient into the Himalaya is much more than on the plain. And all these things are leading to seasonal variation, changes into the weather pattern, and we have been observing different kinds of disasters and climate impact to almost all sectors, whether we talk about energy, whether we talk about water, whether we talk about food, agriculture, biodiversity, land degradation, environmental degradation, everywhere, including health sector. We have been observing tremendous impact of the climate change, particularly into the states, Himalayan states. There are 11 states and 2 union territories. We have been observed that. And this effect in each and every state is variable because the landscape of each state is different. Rock types and geological structures are also different. There have been diversified population density. There have been unauthorized constructions. There have been unregulated mining at some places of the Himalaya. So these are the main causes for the disaster related to the geological hazards caused by the climate change. We have been experiencing into the last few decades that different kind of climate-induced disasters, if we look into their intensity, they are also different. First, I will give the example. Often and every year, we are experiencing some landslides and floods, and that are caused by upward shift of the rainfall, as well as there have been some sort of domesticated activities which are not regulated. This is one reason. Second reason, we have been observing land subsidence. This is because of the many people have talked about that. Whenever a city is planned, town is planned, the impact assessment by the infrastructure, the load bearing capacity is not assessed properly. So in some way, the load on the surface as well as Himalaya, particularly into a zone where a lot of subsurface activities like tectonic processes, exhumation of the rocks, and the changes of the rocks into the subsurface are taking places. So Himalaya is fully stressed, both from the subsurface and from the top. And those things, we are adding extra load by the anthropogenic activities, anthropogenic development, anthropogenic, many other things. We will discuss one by one all sort of things. So this is the second problem we have been observing. Third problem, we have been observing the glacial avalanche. There have been freezing and thawing process under the influence of the climate change. And we are also having some sort of experience into the snow avalanches. Early melting of the snow are being experienced into that regions. And wherever there is a depression, the melt water is getting accumulated and forming lake. Any water body formed by the activities of the glacier is called glacial lake. And the glacial lake at the down, in the slope region, the down part, that wall is made up of the loose debris material we call them moraine material. They are not very strong. So the depression, water body or that glacial lake has a sufficient capacity to hold the water. Exceeding that amount of water will exercise more amount of pressure on the wall, and the wall can breach, and that can cause glacial lake outburst flood. We have observed that sort of phenomena in different places. I'll give that example also at the end. Next important thing, because of the dry spell, because of the wind, there have been forest fires also, and all sort of phenomena is taking place into the Himalayan region, and it is not allowing any developmental growth. It is causing economic instability, as well as it is giving a threat to the sustainable development. So we are having all sort of negative impact because of the activities caused by the climate change. So keeping aside geological disasters, if we look into the Himalayan resources, there are a plethora of resources into the Himalaya. If we talk about the precious minerals and ore bodies that can be formed only into the Himalayan region because of its unique pressure and temperature regime, number one. Number two, there will be a lot of renewable and green energy resources like geothermal, hot springs, abundant solar and wind. Hydrocarbons into the thrust fold belts are also there. Mountain livestock is also there. And we are having glacier and snowfields and springs, also cold spring. Hot spring is glacier, cold spring is very useful for our several purposes. As well as we have tourist attraction, scenic beauty, and Himalaya has spiritual and heritage sites. So all these can be converted or can be used for the socio-economic growth, agricultural advancement, and strategic development. If we follow a scientific procedure, and if we make a science, technology, innovation interface, then exploitation of the energy resources at one hand, and the disasters I talked about, other hand, can be balanced. And the harmonious ecosystem of the green ecosystem of the Himalaya can be maintained. If we do not follow that, if we do everything in unregulated manner, unscientific way, definitely we have to pay for that. And that's what is happening into our Himalayan states. So the glacier and the snowfields and the river system and the glacier and the lakes and different type of water bodies, they are the lifeline for millions of people living into the Himalayan states as well as into the plain, for their drinking purposes, for their irrigation purposes, for generation of the hydropower, for domestic usages, for industrial applications. So we understand the impact resources of the Himalaya is so useful for our day-to-day life as well as for the socio-economic growth as well as advancement in different front. However, the balance between economy and ecology is a very, very important, and how we'll be able to achieve that without science, technology, innovation, not possible. So that's why the science, technology, innovation interface is very, very important to make a balance for the economic growth of the Himalayan state and developing climate resilient and disaster resilient future on the Himalayan states. So it is very, very important for us that we need to learn from the past incidents. We need to learn from the past geological disasters, and from the learning, we have to go ahead and develop some of the strategy, some of the formulate some of the guidelines that will help us to protect people living into the Himalayan region, to protect the properties and structure existing into the Himalayan region, as well as connect the rural area with the urban area, as well as for urbanization growth. So if we cannot assess, if we cannot equate all these, we will not be able to make any socio-economic growth or cultural development or maybe any strategic advancement or agricultural development into the Himalayan region. It is a very, very complex phenomena. We have to look into different kinds of data, not only the geological or geographical data. We have to look into remote sensing data, we have to look into the subsurface geophysical data, and we have to integrate in a holistic manner to understand several processes. And then if we can understand the processes, we'll be able to give some of the input to frame the policy guideline so that at the end of the day, our aim will be fulfilled, the sustainable and resilient Himalaya. In terms of Himalaya, I'm talking in front of you. So this is one example. But how will we be able to do that? For that, I just place before you 5 strategic points that we should adapt into our Himalayan system. Himalayan system, besides this, also acts in different ways. Tall standing Himalaya also control the monsoon rains as well as snow precipitation, weather pattern, climate variability, from humid and subtropical to cold and desert. In the Leh, we are experiencing cold and desert. Other places we are experiencing rainfall, etc. And all these things are happening, having different kind of orographic barrier as well as albedo into these regions. So what I talked, that we have to learn from the past experiences and past disaster, then only we'll be able to build certain strategy for the fight and flight. We need to know where we should stay, and from where we should not. We should avoid those places, that highly vulnerable zone, highly risky zone. We should not allow constructions of any building, any habitations. So we have to be aware. So the fight and flight, understanding of these two things are very, very important in Himalayan context. And that we can learn from the past experiences, as well as by having a map of the vulnerability, susceptibility, risk, using different kind of geological data, seismological data, remote sensing data, geographical data. The geoscientific data help us to prepare that map. And once we have that map can be converted into land use map. That which area of the Himalayan region can be used for building, can be used for constructions of the hydropower project, or constructions of any project, or road, bridge, tunnel. These are all different kinds of infrastructure we need to connect people. And these things, if we want to do, vulnerability assessment is must. Environment impact assessment is must. Without that, if we do, we'll have the consequences on that. That's what we have been experiencing to the regions. So the strategy formulation point of view, I'd like to place before you 5 important points. One is that we must adapt the standardized climate risk assessment for the identification of the most risk or hazard zone by using different kind of data. This is number 1. And strict implementation of the guidelines, formulation of the building, how many structures will be there, how many floors will be there, what sort of constructions materials will be there, light material or heavy material, what will be the load of the structure into that slope town. Most of the towns into the Himalayan region are slope town. In the slope region, the activity or load by the structure, and into the plain region, load exerted by the structure are different. So we need to calculate that load-bearing capacity. People have talked about onto that. So this is the first and foremost, is that adaptation of the standardized risk assessment. And once we know what is the high probable zone for the risk, that region we have to closely monitor by placing some sensors and develop the early warning system. This will be the second point and second step. Third point, mostly whatever we have to do, the structure matters a lot. Even if we talk about the dam, if we talk about the connecting routes, if we talk about any infrastructure, if that infrastructure is not disaster resilient, it will not survive. It will cause a lot of hazards, a lot of issues to the habitation, not only to the people, also to the structures living into the downstreams. So we have to look into those structures which will be disaster resilient. This is very, very important. And for that, we have to develop innovative design, innovative materials, or we have to think by which the strength of the material and to withstand the pressure exerted by the water body or anything else will be able to sustain. This is the second point. Third point is that, first adaptation of the risk zone, that risk assessment rule, and then second is the establishment of the sensors, and we have to look into, closely monitor into that region. And third will be the disaster resilient infrastructure. Fourth is very important point, because we are talking about climate change. The fundamental or root cause of the climate change is the carbon dioxide emission, methane emission, or different kinds of greenhouse gas emission. So we have to see for the utilization of those energy resources which cause climate change, we have to try to see how we'll be able to mitigate the carbon footprint. Is it possible to make a renaissance or evolution into the domain of the green energy resources, renewable energy resources, or not possible? Then let us do some sort of CCUS experiment, carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. Geologically, you can sequester, you can find out some of the suitable environment into the subsurface in which if you inject the carbon dioxide, it will be sequestered into that formations. People talked about the clean environment. Tourists are there. They are creating a lot of garbages and the throwing. So we should have the mechanism for selecting organic and inorganic disposal and then make some sort of use that material can be used or converted into product or process that we will be using for daily purposes. It is possible. You can make some pellet that can be utilized for our fuel. You can utilize for recycling. Many other things you can do if you can segregate the waste material into organic and inorganic way. So what we are talking about in this scenario, that if we want to achieve all of these goals, that definitely institutional capacity has to be increased. The human capacity also has to be increased. So we have to see how we'll be able to play a role for the human capacity building as well as that institution capacity building, so that we'll be able to protect the people, we'll be able to safeguard the infrastructure, achieve the sustainable livelihood, as well as link the rural area with the urban area. For their education, for their health, for their livelihood, many things will be done easily. But again, everything has to be done scientific way, regulated manner. Otherwise, again, we'll face consequences from this. So I like to say that really, if we want to adapt or if we want to have climate adaptability or disaster resilient future, definitely we have to strengthen the climate modeling. We have to strengthen the agricultural practice. This is number one. Number two will be we have to implement the strategy by which we will be able to make energy security and water security. If we simply say fossil fuels is useless, it is not, it is vitiating the environment and climate, then we have to find out alternate. Till date, 80% of the world energy requirement is made by fossil fuels, and energy is the main driver for any country's socio-economic growth. Without energy, we cannot survive. So is there any alternative of the fossil fuels? That we have to think of it, green energy, renewable energy. There are different forms people have been working, but we have to make renaissance. Tremendous scopes exist to the engineers to make a renaissance breakthrough into that domain. So this will be the second, that water and energy security. Third important thing will be into that region, that we have to build disaster resilient infrastructure. Fourth will be that we have to formulate some plans by which our biodiversity will be preserved or conserved, as well as we should maintain a harmonious, a pristine Himalayan ecosystem. So for that, what are the policy, what are the frameworks we have to decide and strictly to be implemented? The next will be, we have to change our lifestyle. That will provide the health security, as well as it will also protect the environment. So there are several issues we have to look into critically. Last thing I'd like to point out before you is that these climate-induced disasters is also influenced by the tectonic movement like earthquake, that anthropogenic load we have talked about a lot. So we comprehension of the climatic factor, anthropogenic load, environmental issues has to be integrated in a holistic way to understand the processes, and if we can understand the processes, we'll be able to provide some mitigation measures or remedial steps, otherwise not. So, fundamental knowledge into this region, some of the nature-based solution, some of the traditional knowledge help a lot. The modern practice has to marry with the traditional knowledge as well as the nature-based solution to have an effective solution to protect the environment, to have that protection of the fragile environment, as well as the sustainability and resilience of particular Himalayan system. So we have a lot we can do by earth and environmental science, engineering, civil engineering department, by taking science from the geology, geophysics, geography, as well as different kind of remote sensing data. So the main point I say that at the end I will give you some examples by which we will be able to understand that we can learn from the nature, we can learn from the past incidents, and then we can formulate what are the best ways for the resilience and sustainability, which are two important pillars for the sustainable growth, for the socio-economic growth. So what are those? So I'll just briefly touch upon. First example, how much time I have? Okay, so if you permit me, I'll say first example. All of you have heard Chamoli ice rock avalanche. That killed 200 people working into a tunnel associated with the Tapovan hydropower project. We didn't have any early warning system for the avalanche. And it took from the source to the tunnel 20 minutes time. We had sufficient amount of time. If we could have alarmed the people, we could have saved around 200 people working into the tunnel who got suffocated by entering the debris into the tunnel. So this system is not there. This created huge amount of debris into the river. River bed is shallowing. So there is every chance the river bank can be flooded. So we need to learn how we'll be able to do. Is it dredging possible or some other state of the art possible to make the sediments out from the river? So this is one example I'm giving. And for that, we have developed an early warning system of the avalanche by coupling hydrological data, meteorological data, and seismological data. It is working into the Dhaliganga, Rishiganga catchment. This is one of the examples we got from the practical experiences. Second practical experiences, all of you know that Silkyara tunnel episode, 41 people were trapped for many days. And they were rescued by rat hole method. A rat hole method is a banned method. So this teaches us that modern technique didn't save them from the tunnel they are working. It is the rat hole method is banned. So it gives us another opportunity to develop a new tool for the rescuing of the people working into the subsurface tunnel, etc. So we learned this second example, we learned this. Third thing, that Joshimot, built in a slope town, there are a lot of hotels and buildings have been created, and this was built upon a slope region as well as on the boulders and loose debris material. And people from the kitchen and from the toilet, they threw the water haphazardly. There is no proper drainage system. And because of that land subsided, there were cracks developed, and there was gushing out of the huge amount of water. It created panic and trauma to the people. And we learned from that, and we suggested by our experiment there should be a link to be established by geophysical data, by knowing what are the subsurface features, what are the surface observations. So if we can establish a link between surface observation and subsurface phenomena, we'll be able to provide some sort of guidelines. We also suggested that slope region that everybody talked about, Joshimot is a clean example that load-bearing capacity has not been assessed before the town was built. This is very much required. Proper drainage system to be built, it is very much required. And there should be short-term, mid-term, and long-term monitoring and assessment facility into the slope town. You can ask me, Sachin, whenever, then I'll stop. Third example I have given. Then 2013, there is a GLOF, glacial lake outburst flood into the Chorabari lake in the Kedarnath. It killed 6,000 people, damaged 5,500 villages. It trapped 1 lakh pilgrimages went to Kedarnath town. And we understand that was caused, there was incessant rainfall, there was heavy snow melt or ice melt, they accumulated, there was some landslides, and all these phenomena, if we had monitored before, we could have saved so many villages and so many people into the downstream. So again, early warning for the flood, glacial lake outburst flood is very, very important by placing appropriate sensors. Fourth example I'd like to place before you is that Fifth example, that Malpa landslide 1998, because of the huge slope, because of the loose debris material, because of the domestic activities into that region, constructions without bothering, and all sort of thing washed out the Malpa village completely. So we can understand and we can link the rainfall with the slope instability in a region for forewarning of the landslide. So we have to do the forewarning of the landslide into a particular region.
Sir,
and the last example.
Oh, last example. Very good.
Last example is that, again, you know, the 2025 in Khirganga, because of this rainfall is taking place in the upper Himalaya. Earlier days, it was restricted up to some 2,500, 3,000 meters. Now it has gone up. And then that loose debris or moraine material, they are soaked with the water as well as soaked with the melt from the glacier and snow. And that melt debris material came down in a steep river. And in the slope, that much huge debris could not be flow slowly. So suddenly it gushes out. And there was a turn of the river. In front of the turn of the river, there are some buildings. There are some buildings on the river beds because that place is very, very attractive for the tourists. And there are different type of homestay, hotels, and some domesticated animal are destroyed. So we suggested from the study that there should be a buffer zone up to certain distance from the river line at the coast, and then should not be allowed any constructions into the riverbed as well as into the river curb. So these sort of examples I am giving, learning from the experiences, and if we can implement, and every time, whatever has happened, if we decide that in the next time we will not allow to happen it, then only we will be able to make a sustainable and resilient future for the Himalayan towns, Himalayan people, Himalayan infrastructure, everything. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Just wait. Thank you for this passionate thing. He will be still available at the dinner, right? So don't miss out the opportunity to continue with some more examples. I'm very sure he has those. I would now request Professor Rajiv Thakur to please present a token of appreciation for his valuable time. Please, sense up, please. Thank you, Sansab. Thank you, Professor Rajiv. What I would like to tell you that I would just heard that the dinner arrangement are complete and it looks very delicious, right? So that's the reason we have to harden our dinner. So we have two more speakers, and let me assure you that they are going to give you a very interesting information. Our next speaker is Sri Jigmet Tapkaji. He's the Vice President of the Integrated Mountain Initiative. He's the former Joint Secretary, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Sri Jigmet Tapkaji is a distinguished Indian Forest Service officer, that is 1990 batch, as we finally want to know that which batch it is, and an eminent environmental administrator with over 3 decades of experience in biodiversity conservation, sustainable mountain development, climate policy, and natural resource management. His work has significantly contributed to shaping India's environmental governance, particularly in the Indian Himalayan region. He has held several senior leadership positions, including Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Union Territory of Ladakh, Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, so on and so forth. During his tenure, he served as India's national focal point for the United Nations Convention to combat desertification, United Nations Conservation Desertification, IUCN, ECMOD, the Global Environment Policy, and the Vienna Convention under the UNEP, representing the country in several international environmental forums, including G20 and G7 engagement. Currently serving as the Vice President of the Integrated Mountain Initiative, Sri Takpaji continues to advocate for sustainable development across Indian Himalayan region in the areas of expertise including Himalayan biodiversity conservation, ecosystem restoration, groundwater management, renewable energy, climate resilient, and livelihood enhancement for mountain communities. He has also contributed to the scientific research on Himalayan wetlands, wildlife conservation, and environmental policy. while mentioning future environmental leaders through academic and professional engagement. Please welcome Shri Jigmet Taktaji.
Gile. So it is very difficult, it's very big task for me to keep your enthusiasm and keep you awake, being the second last speaker. So I won't take much time because everybody is now waiting and the whole hall is look empty except few people in the front. So July to everyone and distinguished delegates, friends, thank you for this honor to be one of the key speakers in the inaugural session of IAUC 2026. And it is a big honor for me. The introduction was too quite elaborate, so I don't need to, get into it. But what the introduction has told you was what I have worked. So I will be speaking what the work has taught me and what were the experience that I had. That experience, I will share the 30 years of experience in Ladakh, whether it is environment, biodiversity, climate change, resilience, energy, disaster, and at the end, we will like to see how we can collaborate on various aspects. Everything that I will be going to show you will be about a plan, the vision, a flood, and sensex of snow leopard, a village that stopped burning diesel. All these are answered to a single question. That is, how does a fragile environment like Ladakh plan for its growth without breaking itself? That I say, that is urbanization, that is climate resilience. Don't rush it. मेरे पास है ना यार गुरु. I don't know. They gave it to me. It's not working. Okay. इधर ही रख दो. So that is urbanization, that is climate resilience, that is sustainable development policy. So I'll be just showing it to you from a cold desert perspective instead of a coastal megacity. So when Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council came into power, and when it was established in 1995, they had a tenure of 5 years, 1995 to 2000, from 2000 to 2005. So they were clueless, They didn't plan anything. They had no inputs. They had no vision. So they called a group of people. They say, we need to have some vision for Ladakh. And we were told to make a vision for Ladakh. And it was very, very difficult. As we say, we get some experts from outside, consultant, and they will make a good vision. We don't have that kind of vision. And for that, we said, no, Ladakhi has to make a vision for Ladakhi. Therefore, we cannot get consultant from outside, and that responsibility of coordinating was given to me. So in 2004, we started having micro-level planning in each and every village of Ladakh. We made plan for each and every villages for its resources, its opportunity, the problems. Every village had a, at the end, we had a village development plan and conservation plan. So, and at the end, after 2 years of work that we put together and formed the Ladakh Vision Document 2025. That was in 2005. And it was unveiled by, next, है कोई? हाँ तो करो ना, ये vision document, हाँ. So, so we drafted that vision document for Ladakh 2025, and the vision statement states, now at the time is gone, but by 2025, Ladakh will be a model for, of a hill area development in challenging environment, with sustainability embedded in ecological conservation, cultural heritage, and human development. So these were the 3 pillars for our vision. On June 11th, Prime Minister of India, Shri Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh, came specifically to in Leh and released this vision document for Ladakh. So that was a commitment from the government of India to assist Ladakh with its vision. And this vision we planned not because that fragile place cannot plan in any other way. We had to plan for Ladakh. So that was very, very important. It was not meant to, with saying that in future we might have a disaster. Next. So something very different. We are talking about urbanization, I'm talking about the cat. People cannot understand because only Ladakhi can understand. When we talk about conservation, we talk about the wildlife, we talk about the flora, we talk about the fauna, we talk about every aspect of it. And the apex predator is snow leopard. Snow leopard, when they are not able to hunt in the mountains, they come into the villages and kill the livestock. And the instinct with this snow leopard is such, they don't kill one to eat. They kill all not to eat. Because by the end, it kills 40, 50 sheep and goat. It has no energy to eat anything. So that is the issue. And in the process, when the farmers, the herders, they find it, that their whole capital is gone next morning, so they have no choice. In an economical sense, they had to eliminate the one that creates economic problem. So that was the issue in Ladakh. So every time, then when the wildlife, snow leopard comes, kills the livestock, they used to retaliate. It is not in Ladakh, it is everywhere in the snow leopard-rich country. So what we did was, we tried to mitigate the man-human conflict by giving alternate livelihood options. The alternate livelihood option was ecotourism. We gave them homestay, we gave them training in the self-help group, in handicraft, handloom, tourism management, eco-guides, campsite management, all kind of training was given to them. So in the process, this alternate livelihood gave them much more revenue than what the killed snow leopard could sustain their livelihood. So that was the ecotourism that we worked, and from 2008 onwards. So it was seen that the depredation has come down. From 1997, it has come to, it used to be per village, used to come from 58 or 57 depredation, livestock depredation. It has come to 5.4 in 2018-19. So there was a 91% reduction in the killing of livestock, and snow leopard population in the process increased many fold. People come from all over the world, especially during winter, to see snow leopard. They spend 7 to 8,000 dollar to seeing the snow leopard. So in the process, in our Indian rupees, it would be per person 7-8 lakhs people are spending to see snow leopard. Now the population of snow leopard has gone so high in Ladakh that we have highest number of snow leopard in the country. We have 477 snow leopard, as well as in this Himis National Park, the density is 2.7, which is highest in the world. And we give granted sighting of snow leopard. And the revenue that generates out of snow leopard ecotourism is 100 to 200 crore. So that is not a small amount for small villagers. And that is almost 10 to 20% of our tourism revenue. Next, I'll go very fast, So that is the number of snow leopard with camera traps, all the things that we have done. And we have as of now, Ladakh is the snow leopard capital. Nowhere in the world you can give a guaranteed sighting of snow leopard. Here we can give not only single sighting, we have give multiple sighting when you come to Ladakh. So it is anybody interested in seeing snow leopard, most welcome during winter. We'll show you snow leopard as our guest. So next, this is a picture of, collage of homestays where women self-help group, women, they manage the homestays, giving the tourists the feel of the culture, offering local cuisine, and there's a cultural exchange. And if time permits, I'll just give one story. What happened? There was one. What happened? Once I was taking a course or a feedback from the women self-help group about how it is, benefiting them. I said how this ecotourism that we have initiated is benefiting them. As of now, we have 2,077 homestay around Ladakh. So that self-help group said, there was one Kharpench, she said there are 5 benefits from the ecotourism business. I said, please tell me. So she stood up and told me. The first, she said, with small effort, we're able to generate much more income. From agriculture or pastoralism, the revenue is very small, but from tourism is very, very, almost 10, 20 times more than what we really earn in a year. So that revenue is very high. I say, okay, fine. Second, having a revenue and able to generate enough income, they're able to give good education to their students, their children, and they are able to study in the public school in Leh. So that was a second thing, that's education, fine. Third, I said, what is it? They say it improves the nutrition level, the health level of the person. I couldn't understand. I said, please explain. What happens in the villages where you have a homestay, when tourists come, they are giving the full payment for their stay, therefore all the food. So in the homestay, they cook all kind of dishes. In the morning, they have to have porridge, the poultry, the egg, everything they have to have. In the lunch, you have to have meat, you have to have chicken, all kind of thing that is found in any good hotel, you have to serve. And so what happens, the tourist which stays in that homestay and eat with them, don't eat everything himself. He will take small portion, and rest of the food, when it is for the family to feast. So there's a feast whole summer. So the nutrition level in the house goes very high. So that was a very, very, and health also goes very high. That was very stunning. And I say, what is the fifth one? The fifth one, they say that it creates discipline in the house. So that I couldn't understand. I thought that when tourists are there in the house, they will be disciplined. What happens in Ladakh and the rest of the Himalayan states, it happens that during all kind of activity, agriculture activity, harvesting, ploughing, or any kind of activity they do, that is, they use local beer. People around the house, they come as a volunteer and work. They have to be served with chang. Chang is a local beer. So every event in Ladakh starts and ends with chang. So once the whole day they work and keep drinking the whole season, and when क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में एक कहते हैं ना कि जो है माइकल दारू पी के दंगा करता है घर में आके ना, so वो it has to happen. So now because the tourist is there, वो धंधा ही बंद हो गया. So धंधा सारे बंद हो गया, and because of that, so there was a discipline. Otherwise, all this women's help group run around to ban liquor and all kind of things. It came automatically. That was a small incident. I'll go very fast. Next. Second thing is that in Ladakh, being it is a cold desert, to survive the winter, what we do is we collect firewood or the fuel wood. The firewood and fuel wood is nothing but the bushes. We don't have tree or the forest in Ladakh. We have bushes. Every village, before the onset of winter, they go with horses, yak, and ponies and things. They uproot everything available on the mountain slopes, all the bushes. They root it, they just cut. They uproot the root, because root is more than the bushes on the top. So all the bushes from the mountains are being cut and brought to home for surviving the winter. In the process, this is also the grass, especially during summer, for the wildlife. So what we did was we gave them an alternate, energy option. In this, through solar water heater, solar cooker, so steam cooker, greenhouse, and we also worked on hydro. We had established 30 hydro stations around Ladakh, and 137 solar power plants. And in 2001, there was not a single house in Ladakh without a light. Every house had light in 2001. And that the program of Leh became a national program that was called Remote Village Electrification Program of India. And this very project that we started with small experiment became so big, and Renewable Energy World magazine from UK by James and James, they declared Ladakh Renewable Energy Program world largest off-grid project. And we got a special invitation in COP21 UNFCCC from Paris COP, Climate Change COP, to showcase the work of Ladakh Renewable Energy in front of 196 head of states, and to showcase all around the universities and colleges in France. That was all sponsored by the France government. And the Ladakh team was given a reception in Elysee Palace in France. That was a big honor. So next. So the night that changed Ladakh, in 2010, there was a heavy rainfall, very heavy rainfall. So that killed 234 lives. It took 234 lives, and more than hundreds were missing, still missing. Their names are not very, very clear because there were many laborers, there were many migrant workers. So those names are not very, very clearly spelled out, but more than 100 was missing. And the official gauge that we had in the city showed 13 millimeter of rainfall that night in 2 hours. But in the mountains, the rainfall you cannot imagine. It was 350 millimeter of rain, flash flood, cloud burst. and they washed away Leh completely. And at that point of time, I was appointed as the Relief and Rehabilitation Coordinator. And there's a peer-reviewed journal by Indian Journal of Community Medicine. They found that the rescue and relief began within 1 hour. The airport was cleared within hours, bridges repaired on the second day. And I had the oral responsibility of assessing the damage, organizing relief camp, and calling army where the civil administration was found wanting. So, but within 2 months, we were back into normal. On the airport, I was going to Delhi. I met a German lady. And she had seen me running around, and she said, the work that you have done in 2 months, we Germans, with the technology and equipment, would have taken 2 years to bring it to that level. So that was a big compliment to us. And for this very work, I was honored with the State Award for Excellence in Public Administration. And this is not the history. That is not the history. It is again in this very season. In 2022, Indian Meteorological Department has met the benchmark for monsoon rain in Ladakh as 22.3 millimeter. But in 22 itself, the rainfall was 69% more than the benchmark. In 2023, it was more than 103% more than the benchmark. And in 2025, it was 342% more than the benchmark. So you can just see the desert, dry desert, has changed. And we had never planned for such a thing. The vision document that we had was planned for growth. It did not and could not plan for this kind of disaster. But what this document has given to us was a discipline to respond when unplanned things happened. Next. So that Ladakh model that I have been working, hinges on 3 things: measure it, go on it, and on it. So anything that you do, need to measure the resources honestly, with science and community knowledge. Go on it with fairly and transparently, and give the people real ownership. All my project, whether it is renewable energy, whether it is biodiversity, whether it is any other work that I did, based on 3 principles of mine. Next. So, these lessons that I had for myself is not only for mountain. So as Asia urbanizes, small Himalayan town and great coastal city face the same 3 questions. A city is only a mountain valley at a larger scale. But the physics of the fragility remains same. Next. So everything that we had in Ladakh or we worked in Ladakh, we are not able to solve everything. Sonar leopard crosses the international borders. We never planned for that. Tourism generates a lot of revenue for the locals and for the travel agents. But how the revenue is shared is not transparent. There's another problem that for our biodiversity, wildlife, and to human beings, there's the feral dogs. Feral dogs in Ladakh eat 5-6 people every winter. And they also attack the wildlife just like a wolf pack. And it also threatens the snow leopard when they are in pack. So that is a big, big problem. And shifting rainfall. Shifting rainfall, the rain is not behaving now in Ladakh. So I don't have an answer. So these are my honest view. And for the researchers in this hall, I give the open invitation. If you could give your inputs and work on these issues, that will be, big thing that it will come out of this very conference. Next, please. So this is the last. Cools means that the water channel, the stone water channels, which takes the water from the glaciers, mostly in my villages are gone. They are buried, they are buried under the new roads, new culverts. But still, I have the logic that I had still remains. So what we need to do is measure the resources. That is important. Go on it fairly and give every person a stake in the outcome and the rewards. So if a cold desert this far can plan their own resilient future, so every city and region in this hall can. Julay and welcome to Ladakh. Sorry if I had taken a bit
No,
more.
sir, please, not a problem, sir. Thank you. So, thank you very much. And as far as the snow leopard is concerned, I will definitely come this winter and then try. Because I also do some amateur photography, so I'll come with my this thing. I would like to request Dr. Chandra to please come on the stage and then present the a token of appreciation to
Jigmet Takpa.
Jigmet Takpa.
Yeah, please.
Since when the average annual
Sir, the rainfall has been very, very erratic. The frequency and intensity of rainfall we see every year is going up and up. Last year it was beyond imagination that that every house in Ladakh, whether it was a Ladakhi building or a cemented building, every house that it poured inside. So that they had this kind of thing has never happened. This year also, the flash flood has come almost every places in Ladakh, especially in Kargil. It is very high, but it has been going on. Since 2010, it is more. Before that, it used to be very, very sporadic, but it has gone since then.
You can continue over the dinner, sir. Definitely. You will join us for the dinner. So thank you, Takpaji. Thank you very much for sparing the point. Please, please come ahead. Just to have the effective logistic arrangement, we have moved one of the talk for the next day. And thus we now come to the last talk of the day by Dr. George Pemorai. I have this privilege of welcoming him and introducing. He's a professor at the Department of Geography and Earth Sciences, Schippenberg University. Dr. George is a professor of geography and earth science at the Shippensburg University of Pennsylvania, whose scholarship and leadership bridged local land use planning with global urban and regional studies. His research focuses on sustainable urbanization, land use change, regional planning, and governance of rapidly transforming urban systems, particularly in Asia and United States. Since 2005, Dr. Pomeroy has served as Executive Director, Asian Urban Research Association, where he led international scholarly collaborations on urbanization, globalization, and sustainable settlement system across Asia. He served as the Director of the Center for Land Use, which is now the Center for Land Use and Sustainability, for a very long time from 2004 to 2015, leading community-based planning initiative, technical workshop, and research support for regional infrastructure planning, including projects associated with I-81 Corridor Coalition. Dr. Pomeroy is also actively involved in public services and regional governance. He serves as a member of the Pennsylvania State Water Plan Advisory Committee, a trustee of the Partnership for Better Health, and a participant in county and township planning commissions. He holds PhD in public administration and urban studies from University of Akron and serves as an editor for Springer Nature. Through his academic, professional, and public service contribution, Dr. Pomeroy has played a significant role in advancing sustainable planning, regional development, and international dialogue on urban transformation. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Sachin. And as the last speaker, I'm the final barrier between you and, what's that?
My colleague Sachin simply missed, and that's fine. Professor George Pomeroy is also making the first Professor Ashok K. Dutt Memorial Lecture. And why that is significant is because Asian Urban Research Association was started by Professor Ashok Dutt at the University of Akron. George, myself, Professor Sudhir Thakur, we're all his students and prodigies. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No, that's all right.
I assure it was not because of I'm hungry.
You're fine. Absolutely, you're fine. Yeah. And as the last speaker, I'm the final obstacle between you and dinner. So I'll try. I can hear your stomachs growling. Even the statuettes are looking hungry over there. I can see them. And before moving to the presentation, I need to first acknowledge my appreciation of our chief patron, and then thank first Dr. Chandrasekhar, Rajiv Thakur, Sachin, Professor Sachin, other folks, Banu Prapa, the organizing committee members, for their wonderful efforts, as well as the efforts of the other helpful administrators, faculty, staff, and students. Very capable people. And for you delegates, I thank you for bringing your valuable time and expertise to share over the next several days. And in looking at the program, I'm very hopeful because I can safely say that the contributions made by our speakers in the next several days are commensurate with the elevation of lay in Central Sindhu University. I'll attempt to make two presentations in one. I only have 15 minutes, but I'm going to make two in one as best I can. The first of these is seemingly mundane, yet personal, and the other is a bit more intellectual. Both speak to Dr. Ashok Dutt's roles as mentor, professional planning expert, and scholar. And I'll pivot back and forth a little bit between those. His influence across all three realms, mentor, scholar, and professional, was transformational to all who knew him. Why have such a lecture? Sudhir helped answer that question. Because he was the single most instrumental figure in creating this conference series. He was its heart and its soul from the first conference up through the early 2000s into the 2010s, and his spirit can still be felt today, 46 years and 18 conferences later. Keynote speeches are also supposed to be inspirational and motivational, so hopefully I can offer some of that in this presentation. So before I became a professor at a public regional university in Pennsylvania, before attending and working with others to organize these conferences, of which Dr. Dutt, again, was the leading founder. Before being engaged in local planning issues as an academic and before becoming a planning commissioner, I was simply an anxious, intellectually clumsy, and curious person, taking for me what was a big step. I was moving all across the country to join a PhD program. I put all my chips on the wheel, all my money onto the betting wheel. I was a bit nervous, but I was determined. And fortunately, I had good counsel from my advisor at the time, Dr. Mukherjee, who's still my advisor. So after moving to the University of Akron, or near the campus, my little basement apartment, Sudhir is familiar with, I walked over to Carroll Hall, where the geography department was housed. I nervously climbed the steps, looking, because I had to meet with Dr. Dutt. I turned a corner, and he was there in short pants and a casual shirt, having just checked in with some students working on a project. I introduced myself. He was at the same time a welcoming and imposing presence. He commanded the hallway, just as I would later discover he would command any meeting, office visit, conference session, or social gathering with a booming voice and exuberance. He was immediately a larger-than-life character. He shook hands with me as if he already knew me, and we went to his office for coffee, where I met some other graduate students. It was a messy office. I think you can agree with that. But it was an intellectual powerhouse of an office, and he had obviously a treasured framed photo from his days as a planner in Kolkata. It showed him with a small group of planning officials meeting with Indira Gandhi. He was very proud of that photo. He was a warm, charismatic, caring person, again with a large, energetic presence and a strong intellect. He fiercely defended his students, but he could also hold them to account with blunt, on-target advice. I can recall an episode where he hadn't seen me for 6 months after I'd left Akron, and I came back and he said, "George, you're getting fat." I said, I could stand to lose 5 or 10 pounds, admittedly. He said, "No, 15. So he wasn't afraid to dish it out a little bit, but his intentions were always very good, and he never forgot where he came from. He was a transformational mentor, as Sudhir and Rajiv can attest to, and being near him offered some very instructive points here, life lessons. These aren't Asian urbanization lessons, they're just lessons. And so I'm going to give you 6 here today in our limited time. And mind you, these are small things. Earlier this month, Jack Benhart, my department chair from years ago, and an acquaintance of Dr. Dutt, had attended these meetings, both in Delhi and Chennai, passed away. And he told me that to get big things done, you must do the small things right. So here's those small things. So if you could go ahead, I went ahead, there was an outline here, but go ahead 2 slides if you can. We'll go, yeah, right there. It's the first one. Everyone has potential, donkeys into thoroughbreds. If he took a student under his wing, he believed in them, he would nurture them by assigning them readings and tasks in a manner that would incrementally develop their potential. He would pride himself in turning donkeys into thoroughbreds, or rather seemingly mediocre students into blossoming young scholars who would go on to career success, though I admit my donkey ears are still a little, you can see them. Next slide. There's the shorts and shirt. This is from a field trip for the 8th Urbanization Conference. We'll go to the next slide. Here we go. Have compassion for the poor. I have these in a different order. That's my fault. He dedicated his intellect to helping those in less fortunate circumstances through his research, and over decades did his best to study slums and slum dwellers. In part, this came from his time as a young planner with the Calcutta Metropolitan Development Authority, or CMDA. All right, go ahead to the next one. I think maybe one more. Okay, that's just a photo from the conference with Dr. Halder was his assistant for much of that slum research, because he worked as a survey expert in Kolkata. All right, go ahead. That's from the same conference with some of his former students, Sam Thompson, Ishrat Islam, and now respective department chair and dean. Go ahead to the next slide. All right. Don't let I may have missed a slide in here. Don't let the imperfect be the enemy of the good. He would make every effort to have students do high-quality work. However, he realistically did not expect perfection. Not every thesis was perfect. He was a satisficer instead of a perfectionist. In other words, it had to be satisfactory. Indeed, his view is the best thesis was a done thesis that demonstrates the student's ability to conduct research. Meanwhile, and by contrast, a brilliant colleague in the department would mentor students, but very rarely have his students complete their degrees because of his unrealistic expectations. All right, let's go to another one. Cut your coat from the cloth available. Students are often drawn to cutting-edge research ideas, sexy projects, and theories. I remember bringing him an idea that I thought was novel. He asked, first question was, what data would you use? How would you acquire it? And then he said, I cut my coat from the cloth provided. I was always struck by his ability to turn any data set into a substantive presentation and publication. One good example is that he obtained some geographically referenced data on AIDS cases early in the epidemic as it was hitting Ohio, and he was able to produce some timely and consequential research related to disease diffusion with respect to AIDS. He was a very opportunistic geographer. All right, go see if we can find another one here. Go ahead to the next slide. As best you can, engage your colleagues personally as much as professionally. As I alluded to earlier, but at each AAG meeting, he organized I didn't allude to this earlier, I skipped it in the interest of time, but he would organize a dinner, well attended and always at a South Asian, typically Indian restaurant. Many attendees were those with research interests in South Asia or with South Asian roots. It was much more than networking. It was friendships, moral support, and therapy, as well as good food. If gathering others together, as best you can, do gather others together, and as best you can, follow the 3 M's. Make your event meaningful, manageable, and memorable. Go ahead, go to the next slide. And it's just him receiving, this was after he retired and receiving the award of his 3-volume Festschrift, edited by Rajiv as the lead editor and co-editors in this room. And then being presented that by Balashwar Thakur, one of his students, and Kavita Pandya, who was the AAG president at that time. All right. And go ahead and go to the next slide. And I'd like to make an overall meta point, I guess, here is social science may be nominally objective, clinical, and detached, but really it's a very human exercise done by humans, about humans, and for humans. We can't escape that. My overall takeaway is to be, from this, is to be like Dr. Dutt and become the best professional mentor and colleague that you can be. I think we're probably running out of time. I can say a little bit about how we doing for time. Okay. In terms of his scholarship accomplishments, he was a very prolific and impactful scholar. I can't speak to all the nuance of it here today, but his research interests were eclectic and wide-ranging. Certainly geography, planning, and urban studies were central, though he also worked in many other areas. Of course, central to his efforts were this conference and the books emanating from the conference. So these are 2 different volumes that came from, I forget which particular meetings at this point, but both of these meetings came out of a conference. And we continue to follow that model as best we can today. Go ahead to the next slide. There are 3 other volumes from 2 conferences. We had 2 volumes from a conference in London in 1995. That's the last conference first conference I only started attending in 1999. And so I missed the first 5, but I've been here for all the others since. And then go to the next slide. And he was interested in urban and regional planning at large. Here are 2 other volumes that were published speaking to this. He became a student of urban and regional development across the globe, including Europe. He would take students to the Netherlands and tour cities there and speak with planners there. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And we can see on the left, there's the perspectives and planning of urban and regional urban development in Belgium that emanated from his workshops that he would conduct. Then you can go ahead and go to the next slide. He developed his models of South Asian cities. The bazaar-based city model and the colonial-based city model remain influential today. They appear prominently in the Stan Brunn edited book, Cities of the World. And that was those models are reproduced there. He was also a renowned cultural geographer, social geographer, and medical geographer, producing leading geographical works in the area. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So on the far left, cultural geography. In the middle, medical geography, and on the collaborator Rice Akhtar, somebody who's a colleague of Rice Akhtar. They're very, very good. And then social geography. Go to the next slide. And of course, a general regional geographer, regional geographical textbook on Southeast Asia, and of course, his atlas on South Asia with cartographer Margaret Guy. That was produced in many, many, many editions. After his retirement from the University of Akron, he continued his research and mentorship activities, even attending several more Asian urbanization conferences. Unfortunately, cumulative health challenges and limited command of email curtailed his ability to remain active. Nonetheless, his impact on the studies of Asian cities was transformational, just as his impact on other scholars was inspirational. If I were to work with him today, and I'm taking a lot of artistic and intellectual license here, mind you, but I would say that his interest would run in the areas of environmental health, cities and slums, and climate change. We'll go to the next slide. We'll go one more, and then I'll come back. I think, again, this is a bit arbitrary and limited given our time and a bit biased on my part, but again, I would see him continuing to look at Asian cities, knowing his interest in environmental health and poverty and slums, and the connection those have with climate change. I think that he would be motivated to continue working in this area. And it's still obviously very pertinent for folks in this room today. I know some of you work in these areas, Sachin with aerosols and impact on climate change, Professor Debelinda with the cities and planning. But even given all the knowledge we have and the expertise we're still grasping with how to tackle these issues, even knowing the number of deaths. And I was reading in The Economist magazine several weeks ago that there's an estimated 150,000 heat-related deaths in India alone each year. And so I would see him being motivated by that. Again, given his work at the Calcutta Metropolitan Development Authority and with Animesh Halder, he would continue to look at slums. He published widely on slum livelihoods, migration, housing, health, and other dynamics. And then an area he didn't really get into because as it emerged as his career was winding down, but if he had a brave student that was the driver, he would try to explore the intersection between sustainability, resilience, and quality of life, and look at different modes of planning, including the idea of progressive cities. And go ahead and go back a step, I guess. So given his eclecticism, I would urge people to do the research that motivates them in the research vein that you are already cultivating and have a passion for. But if you're looking for a topic, especially for the students that might still be in the room, you're looking for something to build your passion around, because I don't think you have a passion, you develop a passion. I think he would suggest these areas: impact of climate change in cities, conditions of the poor, and the understanding of the intersection of sustainability, resilience, and quality of life. And these would deserve our attention. Go ahead and go forward again. And so on the left, I already just mentioned this, his intellectual legacy. What would his priorities be today? His inspirational legacy or his life lessons legacy. We've mentioned all those points on the right. And I'll just say, as I look at our conference program, the title of these papers and presentations, I can say with all certainty he would be exhilarated, intellectually stimulated, and moved. This conference agenda honors both the intellectual and interpersonal components of his legacy, and he would be proud of the discussions that we're going to have in the next several days. Thank you.
Thanks, George. I think it was probably one of the very important things that when we talk about the honoring the spirit for someone's legacy to carry out, and then I think that the broad overview picture which you have really put in, I really liked it. I mean, I don't know when did you find the time to even find out that I work on aerosols, right? So some motivation might have been there definitely to look into that. And one of the quote which he mentioned that like the motivation about, it's not necessarily that what motivates you and then you dwell upon that and then try to put it to the student. I took a picture of it and then it's mostly important that it's a very simple statement, but I would like to more emphasize it to my own students, simply saying that how do you really carry forward this legacy. So it was really a nice way of putting it forward. I would like to invite Rajiv Thakur again to please come on the dais and then present a small token of appreciation to George. It's very interesting that you have all the photos, right? You know, because sometimes when I give these kind of talks, I do like.
Even record of photos. It just depended on the conference and who had a camera ready and who was taking photos and which ones I collected.
Right. Yes, please, Rajiv. And George, I can tell you that it's not you that who was standing in between their dinner, between dinner and their this thing, right? It's going to be Rajiv who has to present the vote of thanks.
I promise this is going to be extremely short. As we conclude this inaugural ceremony, it is my privilege, on behalf of the organizing committee, the Asian Urban Research Association, and Sindhu Central University, to offer our heartfelt vote of thanks. Before I begin, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to Bhanu Prabhaji for graciously representing the administration of the UT of Ladakh. We are deeply grateful to the administration for its encouragement and support in bringing this international conference to Leh. There is a simple truth in academic life. Ideas may begin with individuals, but they flourish through communities and partnerships. The gathering we have witnessed this evening is a result of that vision, witnessed through generosity and commitment of many people and institutions working together towards a common purpose. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to the leadership of Sindhu Central University, whose vision and commitment have made it possible to bring this international conference to Ladakh. We also thank the leaders of our partner institutions, as you see them, and through their logo, both from India and abroad, whose presence reflects the collaborative spirit that defines International Asian Urbanization Conference. Our sincere appreciation goes to our keynote speakers, plenary speakers who you will be listening to throughout the rest of the conference time here, panelists and session chairs. Your scholarship, experience, and generosity in sharing your knowledge will shape the conversations of the coming days and enrich every participant gathered here, I promise. A conference of this scale is never the work of a single institution or individual. It succeeds because universities, governments, scientific organizations, industry, and civil society choose to work together. We therefore acknowledge with deep gratitude our partners and collaborators whose support that helped make IAUC 26 possible. To every scholar in this room, practitioner, policymaker, student, and participant who have traveled from India and around the world to join us in Leh, a big thank you. This evening, I would also like to recognize, it's important, those whose names may never appear in the proceedings or be announced from this stage, yet whose dedication has quietly made this conference possible. To our conference secretariat, administrative staff, student volunteers, technical teams, hospitality personnel,
transportation coordinators, media professionals, photographers, security personnel, venue staff, and every member of the organizing team, please accept our deepest appreciation. Your professionalism and commitment have transformed months of planning into today's successful beginning. We are especially grateful to the faculty, officers, and staff of Sindhu Central University for embracing the International Asian Urbanization Conference 2026, not simply as a conference, but as an opportunity to position Ladakh within an international network of scholarship, research, and academic collaboration. We hope that the partnerships between Aura and Sindhu Central University, inaugurated through this conference, will continue to grow through collaborative research, faculty and student exchanges, program development, capacity building, and future academic initiatives that have strengthened both the university and the broader Himalayan region. Above all, we express our gratitude to the people of Ladakh. As we begin the scientific program tomorrow, may we listen as carefully as we speak, learn as willingly as we teach, and build collaborations that endure long after this conference has concluded. The success of this conference will not be measured solely by the papers presented or the sessions completed. It will be measured by the partnerships we strengthen, the young scholars we inspire, the institutions we help build. Finally, thank you, Leh, not simply for hosting us, but for reminding us that some of the humanity's greatest lessons are learned where people live in harmony with nature, with one another, and of course with future generations in mind. On behalf of the organizing committee, the Asian Urban Research Association, and Sindhu Central University, I thank each one of you for being part of this conference. We wish you an inspiring, intellectually enriching, and memorable conference. The inaugural ceremony now concludes, but the conversations, the collaborations, and the journey forward for resilient futures have only just begun. Thank you. Jalai.
Please join us for the dinner, because I think the shuttles have been arranged from here, right? So all the participants, those who are here, please join us for the dinner. Every one of you in this room, please join us for the dinner. Thank you very much.